Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in. We have confirmation that Fani showed up. She's on the screen. She's in the room. This is going to be interesting. I hope you guys all had a wonderful start to your day. I just went to get my coffee. Like, I'm ready to camp out and watch this with you all. For those that are just joining us, Fani Willis has been dodging. When I say dodging, I mean ducking and dodging the Georgia Senate committee. They have some questions for her regarding the functionality of her office, things of the like. Roy Barnes, I put a video out earlier this week, who is her attorney, has been arguing in front of the Georgia Supreme Court about these subpoenas, the subpoena power that the Georgia Senate committee has over her, and things of the like. Some of the topic of conversation seems to be political theatrics. So it's going to be very, very interesting. As you guys come on in, hit the like button. This is probably, I think, the first time we've seen Fani in front of a government body, at least live, in a very, very long time. So grab your popcorn. It's going to be an interesting day. We are going to be going with the Fox feed, the Fox News feed. I'm going to hit play. There she is. She is in the room. People are taking photographs. She is wearing her white suit, white, okay? She also had a press conference yesterday talking about the conviction rate that her office holds in a specific area. That area, I believe, is assaults or essays against adults and children. Apparently, the Fulton County DA's office has a 100% conviction rate when it comes to that particular type of crime. There's Roy getting in there. He is older. Here she is. She's getting a seat for him. She's getting a seat for him. She's got her Louis Vuitton fan bag up there. All right. Everybody saying hello to each other. She is in the hot seat. As you can see, the Senate committee is in almost like a U shape. Roy don't look like he need much. He just has one little packet there. So we're going to see how they are going to answer the questions that the Senate committee has for them. Huge shout out to so many of you guys that I have not seen in such a long time. Welcome back home. Welcome back to the chat. We do have a bit of TiVo time. The proceedings are supposed to start right now at 10. So I'm just going to bring us up to current time. No sound yet. As soon as they begin, we will get started. But so far you have Fani and Roy. It looks like somebody else is coming in. I wonder if Nathan Wade will make an appearance today. I do have boots on the ground as well. So I'm going to send a text to my reporter friend, who I believe is in the room, and can give us any extra intel that we need. But what type of questions do you guys think that they're going to ask? I know for sure, for certain, they're definitely going to ask about the relationship with Nathan Wade, right? She seems to be chipper. She seems to be very, very chipper here, in a good mood, not nervous about this at all. But that press conference.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh, here we go.
To
We've got sound.
Today's meeting from the Senate Special Committee on Investigations.
Here we go.
Members of the committee, good to see everyone here today. And just want to point out, as a reminder for those of you on the committee,
how much
Josh
cash?
Fonte is seated to my right. He's the committee's counsel. And before we do get started, I do want to make an announcement that unfortunately Chairman Cowsert is unable to be here this morning. He had a medical procedure late last week, and doctors have restricted his activities and travel during his recovery. And he has requested that I chair this meeting as the vice chairman. So with that, we do have some committee business to take care of before we get to our agenda for the day with Madam DA Fani Willis. And we do need to review the approval of minutes from our November 13th committee meeting. I'll give the members a minute to review those minutes, and then we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, you guys are saying volume is low. I will boost it. Hopefully that's
we have a
bit better.
A motion to approve by Senator Jackson, second by Leader Senator Gooch. All those approved, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, like sign. And the minutes are approved. All right, for those that are in attendance today, just want to kind of go through a couple of guidelines on decorum. I understand there's some, obviously there's media in the room. Press has lines. I think you guys are all clear on where you're allowed to be in the committee room, where you're not allowed to be. So thank you for working with our Senate press staff on that. If there are any available seats in the middle of your aisle, please, or middle of your row, please scoot over. We do have overflow in room 125 here in the Capitol building, for any of you that want to avail yourself of the overflow room as well. This is a Senate committee hearing. This is not a courtroom. There is no judge in the room. We will adjudicate the meeting today per the Senate rules and Mason's manual. We have the Secretary of the Senate available to advise us if there's any considerations. Governor Barnes, you are here as counsel for DA Willis, is that correct?
I mean, you can't decide privileges that are granted.
No, I didn't say anything about privilege. I was just referencing that that's the capacity in which you're appearing today.
Oh,
yes.
This is going to be good.
Just want to kind of maybe cast a net is for those of you that have not been here for any of our committee hearings. This committee is charged with investigating and advising the General Assembly on any changes to Georgia state law as the committee deems necessary as a result of our investigation into the criminal prosecution as related to the election interference case of President Trump and the 18 others. We've had a series of meetings and have been working with the District Attorney Willis to appear today. We had a state law that passed, and as my understanding, you are appearing under the second subpoena that was issued. And there is still a Supreme Court case relative to the 2024 subpoena and the General Assembly that issued that, or the Senate that issued that at that time. Great. I referenced signs briefly. It's my understanding that there's some people that have signs in the room. You're obviously welcome to have those. Please just don't hold those up, as you will be blocking views from other members of the committee. We do have a single purpose agenda. And with that in mind, we will go ahead and swear in our witness today. Madam DA, please raise your right hand.
Here we go.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a statement I'd like to include in the record.
Sure. If you want to pass that around to us, be happy to make that as part of the record.
He threw it. He threw it. Come on, Roy.
Yeah. So again, this is going to be analogous. I know it's been a while since you've been in the state Senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony.
I've
and that
never
was.
known an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
We will proceed with the testimony, and if either one of you and Madam DA, is that the preferred title? Is how you like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do pull that microphone closer or lean forward when you speak. I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
I doubt anyone will have trouble hearing me.
Fair enough. Just love if you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that you have a 30-year legal history. If you could just tell the committee your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Atlanta News First apparently has better sound, guys. So I will pull up that feed if this we're watching Fox News right now. So I will pull that up. All right. So give me 2 seconds and we're going to let her get started. Or would you actually, you know what? Let me just switch now. So that way we don't have a problem and we don't have any interruptions for the rest of our time. Let's go to Atlanta News First. Let's switch now. So that way our sound is good. Okay. Okay. I don't want to miss anything she said. Yep. It is better. So we're going to share this tab instead. Boom, boom, boom. All right, let's go.
I know it's been a while since you've been in the state Senate. You've had an illustrious career since then. As you know, committee testimony is different than courtroom procedures, and there's generally not opening statements in Senate committee testimony.
I've
and that
never
was
known an investigative committee that did not allow opening statements.
we will proceed with the testimony. And if either one of you and Madam DA, is that the preferred title? Is how you like to refer to you?
Either District Attorney Willis or Madam DA.
Perfect. We'll go with either one of those. Thank you for being here today. Please do pull that microphone closer or lean forward when you speak. I'll try to get the volume adjusted so that everyone can hear it.
I doubt anyone will have trouble hearing me.
Oh,
Fair
no.
enough.
Oh no.
Just love if you could take a minute, walk us through your career history. I know that you have a 30-year legal history. If you could just tell the committee your path to becoming the district attorney in Fulton County.
Well, I went to the best university in the nation, Howard University, matriculated through there in 3.5 years and graduated December of 92, although I walked in May of 1993. I then came down to Georgia because I was admitted to one of the top 25 law schools in the country, Emory University School of Law. While at Emory University School of Law, for the first time in Emory's history, I won the Frederick Douglass Moot Court Competition, which is a national competition put on by the Black Law Students Association, successfully matriculated through, took the Georgia bar because the Olympics was that year. That was the last year that you could take the bar while still in law school. So during my last semester of law school, I took the bar and passed on the first try. Then became a lawyer. I worked for a small law firm with Alvin Kendall. Alvin Kendall has a great knack for picking talent because at that law firm at the time was myself and the former mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms, who will be a great candidate for governor of this state and is now running for office. Also, Teresa Mann, who is a judge in the city of Atlanta court, and another lawyer by the name of Carl Touchtone. We represented people in both criminal and civil cases. I worked there for a small time. I then left that law firm and opened up my own law practice where I practiced both juvenile law, criminal law, did some family stuff, young practitioner. I did that out of Douglas County, Georgia, but I represented people in the entire metro area during that time. Got married, had 2 children, became a solicitor, needed a kind of a more calm life. So I went to work for Raines Carter, who's been the longest standing solicitor, I think, in the country at this point. Worked for him for some time, applied to become a district attorney, worked there approximately 16 years, tried every type of case you can imagine, but I was really a murder prosecutor. That's what I do best. But also at that time, tried the longest case in Georgia's history, which is the Atlanta Public Schools case, a RICO case. That's how I became acquainted with John Floyd, because he taught me RICO inside and out, and taught me how you can use that to bring criminals to justice, which I've done throughout my career successfully. Worked there, then decided to leave to run for office, ran for judge, came up 49%, I believe is the percentage of the vote that I won. Actually went to a Republican strategist. He told me, because I went to a runoff, Republicans will not vote for you. And I said, why? I've had a history of representing this state. I've done so successfully. I'm known as a prosecutor. He said, you're Black and female. I said, I don't believe that to be true. I don't think that's the state of the nation. Who knew? He was right and I was wrong. I lost that election, but that was God's plan. Because after that, I had the honor of representing the Judicial Qualifications Commission. I'm one of the only Black lawyers to ever be able to do that in the state of Georgia, where I prosecuted judges who had done something wrong. And so that was a great honor of mine. Richard Hyde was one of the people that helped me to get that position because he had worked with me on Atlanta Public Schools. I think that he's still doing that kind of work, and he's a very great investigator. So I did that for a while. I also got to represent a lot of fathers and mothers as they went through domestic things, did some criminal defense work. And then people started coming to me. You need to run for district attorney. Current district attorney has some problems. You'd be outstanding at it. And who knew? I ran, I won. I'm the first woman to serve as district attorney in Fulton County, Georgia. Best to ever do it. I sit here with a 92% conviction rate.
Oh, Lord.
That's my history.
That's my
Excellent.
history.
Thank you so for those of us on the committee, it'd be helpful to kind of get a scope of what your office structure is like and kind of the makeup of your office. So how many employees?
Oh my goodness, chat. That was like 3 or 4 minutes of just posturing. So it's going to be a long morning. Before we jump into it, huge shout out to Shanta. Thank you so much, Shanta. Sorry, that was loud, y'all. Really good to see you. Very generous super chat. I am going to hold off on reading the super chats until we get to some break points. But thank you so much, Shanta. If y'all could do me a huge favor and shout out Shanta in the chat for being so generous. And thank you. What a sweet super chat. She says, you don't need makeup, doll. You're beautiful without it. Happy holidays. Happy holidays to all of you guys. And happy holidays to you, Shanta. Yeah, this is actually a running joke. The last case that we covered, there was a defendant doing her makeup at the defense table. So now I'm starting every single stream doing my makeup. That's what we do. All right, let's jump back on in chat and not miss a beat here.
Are within the Fulton County's DA's office?
A little over 300 approximately. all numbers that I give today should be approximations. You should not hold me to exacts.
Certainly will do so on these questions for sure. Of those employees, about how many of those are attorneys?
Half,
About 150 attorneys. How many investigators?
65.
Okay. And how many paralegals?
I don't know, about another 70 or so professionals. Some of that is VWAP, some of that is administrators, some of that is illegal assistants. I'm not going to be able to guess at these numbers.
Sure. The state pays a minimum salary for all district attorneys and assistant DAs. Is that correct?
No,
Okay. Can you walk us through the pay structure?
the state pays for my office about 25 ADAs. They're woefully underpaid. The salary that the state paid is a joke right now. If you want to look at some legislation, you should look at paying DAs across this country more money, because they do not make enough money, and it is very hard for people to recruit DAs at the state pay. So for those 20 or
Whoa.
so some lawyers that work at state pay, I do one of two things as incentives. The first thing I do is the ones that work in-house, I give them supplements that the county pays, because the pay is so low and really just an embarrassment to think that we pay public servants at that rate. Another incentive I offer to some other very seasoned ADAs that are further along in their career that are my state paid employees, I let them work 95% remotely, and all they do is indict cases for my office. The rest of the lawyers paid by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office are in fact paid by the county. But you should note here that I am a state employee. I am not a county employee. I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit. The Fulton County DA is really slang.
Great. So give me a
Interesting.
range then of those ADAs, including the supplement. What's the salary range?
Yeah, let's
Probably
get some
the lowest
numbers.
salary of any DA that works for me is 85, and the highest might be around 200.
Okay. What about Nathan?
Again, don't hold me to exacts.
Sure. Okay. You were elected in 2020. We talked about that. You had a transition process in between the election and when you were sworn in. Can you walk us through what that process looked like?
It was not a very good one. Myself and the former district attorney never had a conversation. We still have never had a conversation. But while I was still on my personal time, not yet being paid by the state of Georgia, I interviewed every attorney and investigator of the office and some of the other staff, because I wanted to decide who I was going to keep and who I was not going to keep. So I did that during that time period. I also had some committee members where I got some advice on things that needed to be priorities for the office as I took office. So I got very esteemed members of the Fulton County and the greater community to kind of advise me. I believe in diversity, so it was a diverse group. If you do studies on diversity, although some of you are against it, you will realize that the companies that do the best employ diversity. And so I employed diversity in that committee, and I've employed diversity in my staff because I represent a diverse community.
Who was a part of that committee?
I don't remember all the names, and I'm not going to guess at it.
What names do you remember?
Oh my goodness. Lee Dupree's husband, William Dupree, was on that committee. There was another anchor, and I'm embarrassed to say that was an African-American female. I'm not sure. I want to say Mayor Franklin may have been on the committee, but I can't remember exactly. There were about 15 to 20 people. That's been some time ago now.
The interviews that you referenced with the existing staff as you were kind of determining whether they would stay, who participated in those interviews with you?
It would be different people each day. Attorney Gabe Banks was one of the attorneys that did some of the interviews. He wasn't able to do all, of course, because he had an active and thriving law practice at the time. Jeff DeSantis did some of the interviews with me. Daisha Young did some of the interviews with me. People would come in and out based on their schedules. My deputy of operations now, Dexter Bond, did some of those interviews with me. Mr. Nathan Wade had a thriving practice at the time as well. He would come in and out and do some of the interviews. I was at every interview, but other people could only commit, so much of their time. They each did as much as they could. And that should not be the total list. That's what I can recall quickly right offhand. So don't take that as that was every person. I may have missed somebody that assisted me in that, and they'll have to blame it on my head, not my heart.
Okay. Who was a part of the team that made the decisions on who you would keep and who you would go? What was the consultation process after the interview? And how many approximately, if I can ask you this question a second time, if you want to answer the first one, but I'm trying to get to how many people did you retain from the former DA's team, and then how many people were brought in that were new?
I don't remember. I might have fired 50 or 60 people, but I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It's the AJC did an article on she fired people, to which I told Fulton County I was going to only bring the best and the brightest. So I was always confused as to why that was a surprise.
Was there a lead on your transition team?
I was the lead. I was the DA.
Okay. Was there another person that you consulted with more than the others?
No,
I believe Mr. Wade said under testimony that he was a part of over 90% of these meetings or decisions. Do you recall that being an approximate accurate statement as to his involvement?
I can't speak to any other person's
Here we go.
testimony, so I'm not going to ever comment on someone's testimony. If he testified to such, you're going to need to show it to me, or you'll have to forgive me. I don't really trust you, so I'll have to see that particular
Do you recall
testimony.
Mr.
But I
Wade being-
do.
Wait just a minute.
You-
She's got a right to finish her answer. You don't have a right to cut her off.
Oh,
that's
no.
incorrect, Governor. Thank
No,
you.
sir. It is
I'll
not.
be completing answers, so sir. So
Sure.
we should get that straight from the.
Was Mr. Wade part of, would you say, more than half of the interviews that you conducted?
Yes,
Would you say it was more than 75% of the
I'm
interviews
not
you
going to guess
conducted?
at numbers. He was definitely more than half.
And what percentage of decisions, was the same percentage of decisions that he was a part of?
I ultimately made every decision. I take wise counsel from a group of people. So I took wise counsel from him. I took wise counsel from Deputy Bond. Ultimately, I made the decision on who stayed and who went.
Was Mr. Wade paid for this transition work?
None of them were paid. It was all volunteer work. It was wanting to make sure that the region was safe. So people volunteered their time to make sure that we had the best and the brightest representing Fulton County and that this community stayed safe. And every person who did it for free.
Thank you. Part of one of the things you did when you came into office is you formed this new anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Can you walk us through the decision process to stand that unit up, if that replaced any other units, and who was a part of that unit once it was stood up?
And I'm actually not sure we called it the anti-corruption unit when we first took over. So when I became the district attorney, Paul Howard had 101 police brutality cases, many that went back to years, maybe to 2009. People in the community were very upset. It was both unfair to the law enforcement officers and to the community that decisions were not made. And so I knew that one of the things that I was going to have to do was to make sure that every case got looked at and was evaluated. And so I was looking for attorneys to do that. I'm not sure if that's what we called it at first, because I think we called it the Civil Rights Unit. In fact, when we first opened it, I think it was the Civil Rights Unit. At some point, I go to visit other huge district attorneys' offices that have kind of the same kind of struggles that I have as a major metro area. I went to visit the Houston district attorney's office at that time. And in that office, they had divided cases. And I thought it was a brilliant way to do business. And so I think that's the point that I then formed a civil rights unit, which would only deal with police brutality, and an anti-corruption unit. So I think when we first started that it was called the Civil Rights Unit.
Okay, how many people were part of that unit once you got it fully operational?
Well, it depends. You know, the county is, in my opinion, stolen people from me, so we can't do the job as effectively as needs to be done. I've had as many as, it varies. It has varied because we had an anti-corruption unit and a civil rights unit. So it's varied.
Can you give us a range?
It really depends on who you're calling the anti-corruption unit. I've probably not had more than 2 lawyers in that unit, maybe 3 at any given time, an investigator or 2, and a legal assistant. They may have been doing double duty somewhere else.
And you entered into a contract with Chris Campbell to do some taint work as a part of that unit. Is that correct?
That would be the civil rights unit.
It sounds like they were somewhat interchangeable from what you just said. You said that it was called the
No,
Civil Rights Unit when it
because
started.
The civil rights unit may have encompassed everything at first, and then it ultimately becomes police brutality cases. And so what Mr. Campbell was, when the police take a statement, I know you're not an attorney, but there's an issue called garrity. And what happens is government employees, mostly we're talking about law enforcement officers.
She is so wicked. They need that other Senate guy, Cowsert, to lead this conversation because she's already starting to walk all over this dude. She's like, I know you're not a lawyer, sir. She's already taken control over this conversation.
They will make a statement to the police, but that statement won't be Mirandized. There's all kinds of legal rules around it. I can't be privy to those statements. I shouldn't have them. Sometimes I think the police almost put them in there intentionally. And so they'll be intertwined in statements and reports. And so what he was hired to do is to redact. So once that I got a file from the GBI when somebody had been shot by an officer, I never read that. That way we were never tainted. That's why we use that word, by never seeing that. And so, yes, he was hired. He had been, I believe my recollection is he had been a former law enforcement officer, and he was a lawyer. I thought he was great for that work.
And Terrence Bradley was involved in that work.
He had been a former probation officer and
not Terrence.
That's one of the reasons that
not
I thought
Terrence
they do outstanding at it, because they had long histories in the law enforcement community and lawyers.
Was Mr. Wade?
I have lawyers now currently doing that work.
Was Mr. Wade involved with the taint work?
No.
Mr. Wade, Bradley, and Campbell were law partners. Is that correct at the time?
Loosely is what I understand.
Loosely?
I can't tell you the design of his firm. I think more so what happened is they shared office space and cost or something, but I don't know.
She already lying
to that or speculate.
That's the first one.
Did you place anyone in charge of the anti-corruption unit, or did everyone that worked for there report directly to you?
I mean, ultimately, everyone reports directly to me, but the anti-corruption unit, so when it was a civil rights unit, yes, it had a lawyer that was over it. His name is Brian Watkins. He is a lawyer that's been practicing law longer than I. And at first he had everything until we realized there was so much volume of work. Because it doesn't just do this kind of work. It's not just police brutality now, right? Now it's, police lied, or it's an elected official did something wrong. And it just became too much. Once we stood up these units and my county understood we were doing these kind of things, fortunately or unfortunately, the office started to get referrals. And so it just grew.
How many cases has this unit brought to trial approximately?
Oh, I couldn't tell you over the years, but we brought some to trial, especially these police brutality cases. I couldn't tell you exactly, so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay.
It's not as many as like my major crimes unit, but I can tell you that the anti-corruption and the civil rights unit, they cost me the most money because of the experts that are needed when you are trying a police case.
How much money would you estimate that you spend a year on that unit?
I can't, and I'm not.
You can't, you're not what, I'm sorry?
I'm not going to speculate to it. I can't estimate how much.
Okay. Is that something you could provide for the committee?
I don't know that I can. What happens is I have a professional services budget, and my top deputies of certain units. So my ED over major crimes, if he needs an expert, he can hire one. For instance, if you all want to look into legislation, look into properly funding your GBI. The GBI does not have enough scientific experts. This is not a criticism of the GBI. The scientists that are there are excellent. I want that to be noted that I said that. The scientists that are there are excellent, but they do not have enough experts. So in year one, when I become the DA, they tell me, and I have an email that proves it, we can't test all your ballistics evidence. We don't have enough. So I have to go into my budget, more than $100,000, I can tell you that. I think it's been about that annually, and hire private scientists to do that ballistics work. Now, I got the names of those scientists from the GBI, but also my deputy, Mr. Watkins, over civil rights, if he needs an expert, he knows that he can get one. If my ED over major crimes needs an expert, they can get one. My domestic violence expert, if they need a domestic violence expert, they can get one. And so it all comes out of this professional services budget that I both pay attorneys that come in and work as special prosecutors, and that I pay professional witnesses that we have to hire to do our work.
So Mr. Watkins was in charge by title, or was it more so by function that he was in charge of the unit?
I don't understand your question.
Did he have a title of director of the anti-corruption unit, or was he just a person that everyone knew would make the calls within the unit?
He was the deputy of the civil rights unit.
Okay.
He remains the deputy of the civil rights unit. At some point, the civil rights unit became civil rights and anti-corruption.
Do you use those terms interchangeably now?
I do not use them interchangeably. I have one deputy over anti-corruption and one deputy over civil rights.
Who's the current deputy over anti-corruption?
Tanya Boykin.
Who is the first one?
Sonia Allen. She is now the district attorney of Cobb County. She had a great DA from Fulton endorse her, and she won.
What was Mr. Wade's role in the anti-corruption unit?
He didn't have a role in the anti-corruption unit.
The election interference case, what unit did it fall under?
I called it the election team.
Okay. When Mr. Wade was he hired solely to focus on this election, to work on this election team, or did he do other work within your office?
I don't remember. I think there were times where I'd bring in some of my senior personnel and ask them, what's your thought on this case or these facts? I always involve wise counsel. I'm sure he was in some of those meetings.
Would you classify Mr. Wade as senior personnel as been part of your team?
Would I classify him as senior? So he was a special prosecutor. He never worked for me as an employee. What I would call him is a seasoned lawyer. 25 years, first African-American lawyer to ever serve Cobb County as a municipal court judge. What I would call him is a lawyer with a distinguished resume.
Okay. When did you begin to consider whether to bring charges in response to the 2020 presidential election in Georgia?
Don't answer that. That's a deliberative privilege.
Uh-oh.
I instruct you not to answer.
Is it true that
So I think we're going to have a clue on how this is going to go. So now that we're getting into the core questions about the 2020 election, and as we're getting into some deeper questions about Nathan Wade's relationship, you could see Roy is going to protect her. Okay, so I'm going to tell you that right now. He's saying, as your attorney, I'm telling you not to answer that. And Roy is he's taking his time. He didn't bring a lot of material with him. He bought one packet and he threw it at them. Okay. He was just like, y'all want to see this packet? Here you go. So he's doing all of this off the top of his head. And I think his job during this entire duration of the hearing is to instruct what can be answered and what will not be answered. She's trying to stick to the business aspect of how that office was run under her regime and is still running. So we'll see. But it seems like they are going to be stonewalled in getting some important information. That's why I do wish Senator Cosert was here. Cowsert was here to ask the questions because he's really good and very good at conversations as well. I do believe he might have a legal background. No shade to this senator, but I do think, as we can see, we're going to see some stonewalling.
Your transition team was involved in the process of interviewing people before you entered office to lead the investigation into the 2020 presidential election?
I'd like to answer that.
Go right ahead. You only take my advice sometimes anyway. Go ahead.
That's really an ignorant question. And if you understand what the word ignorant means, it means the lack of knowledge. If you recall the facts, I was already district attorney when this all came to light. So it's factually impossible.
You were district attorney when what came to light?
When Raffensperger went on Good Morning America or whatever show he went on. I was already district attorney. So what you ask is a factual impossibility. Now, I know they've gotten Black folks confused and said I was running for office, saying I was going to prosecute the president of the United States, but that's what we call a lie.
Okay. I would like
Take
to
your advice from here on out, okay?
Yeah.
if you take a look at the screen for me, if you will. This is from Mr. Wade's deposition to members of Jim Jordan's committee. It was asked for the search committee. You said that began when DA Willis took office on January 1, 2021. Is that correct? Yes. And there was outreach to you to be part of the search committee prior to January 2021, January 1, 2021. Absolutely. When did that start? Sometime after the election, but prior to her taking office. Okay, so between the election, you're referring to November 2020 election. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And so when you had conversations with individuals, you said on multiple occasions, you said no, and you turned down the position. Who were those conversations with? They were with the district attorney.
So I think you're confusing facts. We've already had a long discussion about, I interviewed everybody at the DA's office, and I interviewed other people to come and work at the district attorney's office. And as I told you, I did that on my free time before I became DA. But I had no way of knowing that these criminals were going to commit a crime. And that did not come to light until January of 2021 when I'm actually the DA. So it is a factual impossibility, like I already told you. I think that that is misinterpreted. He's absolutely correct. We looked for talent for the district attorney's office before I became the DA. I didn't wait till the day I took office to look for talent that would represent my office. But I was unable to look for talent for a case that didn't exist before I took office. It's factually impossible. It's common sense. You don't need to be a lawyer.
She's coming at his neck,
I'm
man.
going to read you some additional testimony. I'll try to put it on the
You
screen.
can read me as much as you want, but
I will. Thank you, Madam DA.
You could read me as much as you want.
I apologize. I did not intend to have to get
More
into
receipts,
here.
chat. Let's go.
What was when Mr. Wade says that there's an interview on line 13, as you'll see here, this is prior to you entering office. What were you interviewing him for?
I didn't interview him prior to him entering office. He had a thriving law practice. Even when he ends up being offered the position, he doesn't want it.
Okay, now, so it's your testimony today that you and Mr. Wade did not have any conversations prior to you taking office relative to an investigation into the 2020 election.
Don't answer that. That is a deliberative privilege of what goes on in a district attorney's mind and the process that goes
She
on.
wasn't district attorney.
She was.
Prior to being sworn in, she was district attorney?
No, she was not. But you asked.
So I'll return to my question. Prior to you being sworn in as district attorney, is it your testimony today that you did not have any conversation with Mr. Wade about investigating the 2020 election?
Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is.
Oh, no!
Because it occurred after she took office, but
I didn't know that he was going to commit a crime prior to me taking office.
She said it's a dumbass question. Hold on, run that back.
Like, factually, it's impossible.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Crime.
after. Do you want to answer?
It's a dumbass question.
I know it is, but go ahead and tell him because it occurred after she took office, but
I didn't know that he was going to commit a crime prior to me taking office. Like, factually, it's impossible.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree with the statement? Actually, I'll skip that question. When did you decide to hire outside of your office a special assistant district attorney for this election case?
Oh, Lord. So when I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. I have to take you back. Can you hear me?
It's a little, I was gonna try to turn you up if you don't mind leaning forward.
When I became the district attorney of Fulton County, the office was in absolute chaos. And I mean every level of chaos. On the ground, the carpet was molded and there were holes in it, and it was disgusting, a disgusting environment. There were boxes in offices, some to where you couldn't open the door. I remember walking through the office before. I told you I fired 50 or 60, I don't know exactly how many employees that I felt were unqualified to do this work. That doesn't mean they were bad people, but they were unqualified for the positions that they held. There were 18,000, write that down, 18,000 unindicted cases that went back 6 or 7 years that I was looking at, not to mention another, 10,000 indicted cases in the system. Now, some that the judges had hid on judicial hold, but they were still there. So the office was in absolute chaos. And then I'm in the office I came in that Saturday. So that would have been day one. That was the day that I walked through the office. And I'm literally in the office that Monday or Tuesday. I can't recall now what day it is. And there's this phone call and the Secretary of State saying, oh, the proper venue to investigate this might be Fulton County. And so my priority became, and this is important too, there were 200 and something murders that had been sitting for years, families that had been waiting for justice for years. And so when I come to be the district attorney, my first responsibility is just getting the office properly set up. In fact, one of the most important roles I held up that I tried to find was the head of the civil rights lawyer. So when Brian Watkins walked into my office and actually interviewed to come there, because he was not with the old administration, that was like a gift from God, that I had a lawyer that had enough experience and would be talented enough and ethical enough and have the integrity to do this work. But my primary job was getting the entire office set up. So I immediately do things like set up a murder backlog project. I put Mike Carlson and Michael Sprinkle in charge of that. We're going to get every family's going to get an answer. They may not like the answer. The answer maybe we can't prosecute this, but we're not going to sit with cases. You know, we got to make decisions on these cases. And it took us years to get through that, but we did. And I'm happy to sit here and announce to you, every one of those 18,000 cases, a decision got made on, to include those 101 police cases I talked about, as well as the 46,100 and I think 36 cases that came in January 1st, 2021 till December 31st of 2024. So while people tell these lies about the DA ain't been working, I want you to find a DA working as hard as me.
My question was, when did you decide to hire outside counsel, a special assistant district attorney, for the election interference case?
When it became obvious that this case would take so much investigation to learn the truth, and that I would need people that could focus on that. And although I had talent in the office that was being developed, each and every member of my staff had a priority. See, this is the most important case to you. Let me tell you what the most important case was to me. When I walked in the office, there had been 2 Black children that had been killed, Sequoia Turner and Kennedy Maxwell. Those were the 2 most important cases to me as the DA. And I needed to make sure that those families got justice, but the cases didn't come with a bow on them. In fact, one of the cases was particularly not done properly. And so my priority became making sure I had the talent to make sure we got.
Listen, it's an easy question. When did you know that you needed to add another person to the team? That's it.
All of those cases done. If you're wondering, both those men are doing life right now for taking those children from us.
Certainly aware of the case and the autonomous zone and everything that happened back in that tragic time frame. So definitely appreciate those murderers being behind bars. So you didn't really give me a date range, but we'll just move on here. But you did consider Governor Barnes for this role. He's testified to that previously.
And let me tell you what Governor Barnes told me. Governor Barnes told me when he was the governor, he changed the state flag from the Confederate flag. And that as a result of him changing the Confederate flag to changing the flag to make it more inclusive to all Georgians, that the Ku Klux Klan sat outside his house and that he lived under threat during that time period. He told me that him and his beautiful wife had survived that, but that he was an older gentleman now. I'm gonna say that nicely. He was an older gentleman, and due to the nuts that would come out of the woodwork if I was doing this type of work, that he was not at a juncture in his life where he could take those kind of security risks. He also refused to work for $250 an hour.
We've got some question in here, Governor, on your rates, and we'll get to that in a little bit. You did, Madam DA, you considered several attorneys for this case in addition to Mr. Barnes?
I did.
And ultimately, you selected Mr. Wade to oversee the anti-corruption unit. Is that correct?
He never oversaw the anti-corruption
I'm sorry,
unit.
my apologies, to oversee the elections interference case.
To manage, yes.
How would you delineate manage versus my choice of oversee?
They're the same.
Okay. What happened between January 2021, I believe that's when the phone call was that you referenced, in November 2021, which was the time that Mr. Wade signed his first contract? What type of work happened within any area of your office in terms of gathering evidence or considering whether or not to bring these charges?
You want me to answer? Not particularly. I don't think it's any of their business.
You're getting into why a grand jury returns the bill of indictment. That is a deliberative process wrapped in the discretion of the district attorney. We're not going to get, I'm going to instruct her not to answer. Wait a minute. You can, if you see fit, you can seek to enforce that question, at which time she would be entitled to a jury trial in Fulton County, and I would be able to cross.
All right, it's very hard to hear Roy, guys, but he's basically saying that she shouldn't have to answer this question either. And, Fani is kind of, you can hear her commentary because the microphone is close to her, but she's just like, it's none of his business. Okay. And then, the last, at least objection, I'm not going to call it an objection because it's a Senate hearing, but he had said something and Fani was just like, well, that's a dumbass question. So she's fiery this morning.
Examine you, each one of you, with a real judge, really on real law. But until that happens, I'm going to instruct you.
So on your advice of counsel, you're asserting privilege.
I'm telling her not to answer.
I'm clarifying with the
She
witness.
doesn't have to answer that. I'm not a potted plant. I can answer.
You can advise. You
I'm
can,
not
you
a
can
potted
absolutely advise your
plant.
client, Governor Barnes. I'm asking your
I
client.
suggest you move on.
I'm asking your client if you are asserting privilege on the answer to the question.
I've made the objection on the record and told you even what you can do to enforce it.
What was the total cost of the election interference case?
I don't recall, but if we want to talk about cost, I'd love to talk about how last year alone the AG paid one lawyer $8 million.
You don't know what the cost of you don't know the cost of the
She's
election interference case?
deflecting.
You
I
give a
don't know
range?
the exact cost.
What's the range?
As I don't want to speculate to numbers. Whatever it cost, they tried to steal the rights of thousands of Georgians.
Ooh.
It couldn't have been enough.
What was the rough total operating budget of your office last year?
I don't know that. It's probably around $40 million. That's a speculation and a guess. That includes state money, grant money, and that's not an exact number. I don't do the budget. I have very high level conversations about that.
Okay. Can you give us a rough breakdown of that, the county budget and the state budget?
I cannot,
Source
and
of
I'm not
funds?
going to guess for you.
Oh,
Does the
my
federal
God.
government give you any money?
I do have some grants, yes.
The only source of federal money you get is from grants.
To my knowledge, I don't. There may be something else. We may have some federal seizure money. If we do, it's not much. So I don't know. I don't want to speculate. If I say, oh, they gave me grant money and this federal seizure money, and you find some line item someplace that I don't know, you'll swear I was trying to lie to you when the truth
No,
is
I'm
I
just-
don't know the correct answer.
I'm just trying to get to, I know you
He's just looking for
run a
total
tight ship
cost.
over there. You're proud of your work. I would assume that you would have
I'm the
some
best
sort
DA
of-
in the Southeast. Why wouldn't I be proud of my work?
Oh, no.
What's your annual budget?
I told you it's around $40 million, but I do not know an exact number.
And what's the approximate source of funds that you receive from the state versus the county?
Me, like every other district attorney in this state, do not receive enough funds. I told you that you all pay 20 to 25 ADAs. I don't know the exact number. I don't have it in front of me. You pay two legal assistants and one investigator. Now, Fulton County is 1.2 million people. It's the place that when people come to Georgia, they're coming is to Atlanta. On a daily basis, we have 5 million people. And we are very improperly funded. If this committee wants to do some real work, it'll get serious about crime fighting among this state. From every rural community to
Madam DA,
I'm answering my question.
Oh,
That's not an
no.
answer to the question.
Okay, well, if this committee wants to get serious about legislation to make the communities in the state of Georgia safer, they will invest more money in every district attorney's office across this state. That's the rural DAs need more, the middle size, the residentials, and the big cities like Atlanta. All of us need more resources to be able to do our job appropriately. And it is a joke the way that these people are funded that are dedicating their lives to public service. Also, I want to go back to, because this is extremely important and you have the power to do it, the Georgia Bureau of
Madam
Investigations
DA,
cannot
I
taste
did
rape
not ask you
kids.
for advice
What-
on what the legislature
You
should
asked
do. We
What the resolution said, to to take advice on legislation.
And we will get to that time.
Well, she has, you answer the question, she has the right to fully answer.
And if she would answer the question, Governor, I would not be saying it.
She said that
She's pontificating on everything from rape kits, which was what she was about to get into. The question was the amount of money that came from state funds and county funds. And if she doesn't know the answer to that question, the answer is, I don't know. The question isn't let me talk. The answer is let me
Yeah.
talk about rape kits.
She did this
I'll
last
get
year.
back to the line of question. I'm going to give you latitude here, Madam DA, but I same way in a courtroom, there are guardrails as to what we need to stay in and within. Indeed, Governor. And this is not a courtroom.
power to make evidentiary rulings, and you don't have the power.
I have plenary power, Governor, to conduct the meeting.
This
Absolutely.
is crazy.
I have plenty of time. I know you think you do and that you're above the law, but you are not. If you want to cite her for contempt,
Governor,
she is entitled to a jury trial, and I can examine you on your actions.
Oh.
I can examine you on your motives. Then I will be glad to take that. As Clint Eastwood said, make my day.
We know the motives. He's on the
Governor,
ballot.
Governor,
Oh.
this is
It's crazy.
a hearing
Always been a
of the Senate Special Committee on
You're
Investigations.
not worried about those that you convicted illegally and locked up. Why is it that you run ads?
We're going to go on to our next question. How are the funds? You say that we give you the money, and I know that's a loose term, and that flows into the Fulton County coffers, so to speak. And when you remit payment, you do that through the Fulton County accounting system. Is that correct?
Your question was compound. I didn't understand.
Sure.
that.
I'll try to break that down. When checks are written as a result of a check request made by your office, those checks are paid by Fulton County. Is that correct?
I don't 100% accurate, so I'm going to refrain from it. What I can tell you is that and probably happens in every other circuit. The district attorney has control over their budget and they don't have to go to the county. But I understood I was a woman DA coming in the office. I also understood that I was African American. And so therefore there would always be a target on my back. And so I did two things financially. One is I've never, so people can stop requesting, had a credit card associated with that office. Never. So I've never had a credit card, will never have a credit card. The other thing I did is that there is a CFO of Fulton County, a white female. Her name is Sharon Whitmore. I believe you've heard from her. And so I made it so that the procedures of my office, although I did not have to do it, that it has to go through her for clearance. That way, nobody would say the district attorney stole any money.
Okay, that gets to the core of my question. So when you're paying vendors, when you're paying contractors, that's going through. I think you said her name was Miss Whitmore, and she did testify before the committee. What I'm getting to, and I'm trying to figure out, is whether when the state funds come in, the federal funds come in, the county funds come in, are those paid for out of separate accounts, or those funds kind of commingled into a general budget, if you will, and that gets allocated?
I really couldn't answer the question. There's many different pots of money from the county. The state directly pays those state employees. Then they get another check from the county, the ones that don't make enough from the state. I really can't fully answer your question of all the ways. I have a team that I call my deputy. I have a deputy of operations and a team that does that kind of stuff. But there's some money from the county. There's some money from the state. The grant money I know goes through the state. The truth is I don't have any grants. Fulton County has grants, but those grants do benefit my office. My Saki unit is renowned. I'm ending the year with 100% conviction rate on special victim division. Saki is a sexual assault kit.
Oh my God. This is what she talked about yesterday.
Failed victims, mainly victims of color. And so rape kits for years, going back to the 80s.
I knew
were
she was going to
not
do this.
tested. So we have a grant with the federal government that, and I'm talking about thousands of rape kits, where they go and they test those rape kits. What we have found is if they would have done those jobs and believed those victims, that many of those rape kits go back to serial rapists. They also go back to people that have committed other crimes. I have excellent attorneys that are in that unit, some that I pay out of the grant, some that I add with my general fund. And as I said, not just my Saki unit, but my crimes against children unit, my Saki unit, my sexual assault unit, my human trafficking unit. We're ending the year with 100%.
So just yes or no on these. We can move quickly on to the next topic. You said you do not have a county credit card or a DA credit card.
Absolutely not. So y'all can say I stole some money.
Is there any sort of DA checking account that's separate that you use to pay your vendors or anything like that? Or is it all to go through the county?
I really can't answer that. And so I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. You mentioned forfeiture funds before. Do you have a ballpark of how much you've received? I think you said it was a small number of state forfeiture funds.
No, I said federal.
Okay.
I don't think there's much in the federal forfeiture account.
Do you receive state forfeiture funds?
I do.
Approximately how much a year is that in an average year?
I don't know the number to that. I can tell you I have sitting in abeyance. I just did a huge forfeiture, but it's not money we can touch yet. And it's a couple $1 million.
Okay, so she's starting to be a little bit easier with answering questions, but in the hearings last year, this is exactly what happened. If you recall, Judge McAfee had to keep her focused because what she does, and it really is a diversion tactic, is you're asked a question, the answer is typically yes, no, or if it's a ballpark number, or if there's a specific answer, right? Fani did this last year quite a bit during the hearings. When she's asked a question, she will add additional things and then put your attention over here on something else that's completely unrelated to the question that was asked. So buckle up, chat. It's going to be a long morning.
Okay. What's your understanding of the allowed uses of state forfeiture funds?
Oh, if I don't know the use of a forfeiture money, I talk to lawyers in the office. I'll go to PAC. I don't touch forfeiture money unless I get some approval.
Do you know of any delineation between the allotment, the allowance of uses between state forfeiture funds?
Yeah, there's definitely
and federal?
rules around. There's definitely rules.
I was asking about the difference between federal and state, if there's any rules there.
There are rules to both, and I don't know I can't tell you the rules for each. Anytime we were going to make an expenditure, we would look at it, I'm sure.
Do you know if those funds are commingled at all within your system?
I don't know it, but I would believe not.
Okay. Who is it? You mentioned that you've got people. Who is it that oversees the use of forfeiture funds in the office?
It's going to be the county that goes. Stuff is going to go back to the county.
Okay. And do you know whether or not any forfeiture funds were used to pay Mr. Wade?
I'm not aware of that. We would have submitted the invoices to the county. The county would have used one of those mini line items. They would have paid them.
Can you think of a reason why forfeiture funds would be used to pay Mr. Wade?
I guess he's.
She just told you that she doesn't know. So
Yeah, you were asking me to speculate.
You do not know whether Mr. Wade was paid with state forfeiture funds or not?
You're asking me to speculate.
No, I'm asking if you know whether or not state forfeiture, any forfeiture funds were used.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay.
I'm unaware if the answer is yes. I'm unaware if the answer is no. What I'm aware of is the process was turn in a bill and they would do it. You and Jim Jordan working together?
I've never talked to Mr. Jordan. Just
I don't know
want to
about
point
that. Anybody who doesn't report people that get raped in college, I'm gonna have to disagree
just
with you
want to
there,
point this
Governor.
out here. This is you recognize the bottom form here, Fulton County Court Payment Voucher.
I don't.
Is this you've never seen any document in this format before?
Never.
Okay. Well, this shows a number of things here. It shows what fund it was paid from here, which is 440, which is your the forfeiture fund account. You can see at the top the unit name confiscated funds for this invoice. And then here you can see that this was a payment made, and I apologize, you can't see my mouse. On the left side there, right in the middle, you can see that this was a payment made to the law office of Nathan Wade. In reviewing for your testimony today, we just did review the bills and look through different sources of funds that were used to pay Mr. Wade. I know your testimonies, you were not aware that forfeiture funds were used. We saw Mr. Wade was paid from forfeiture funds and from the county general fund, which is Fund 100. And that's why I was getting to the uses of forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors. Do you have any knowledge of any restrictions that may be around the concept of using forfeiture funds to pay independent contractors?
I do not. It was my understanding that Mr. Wade was paid out of my professional services budget.
Okay. What's the accounting process? Again, that's kind of what I was getting to earlier. Of kind of, if it was your understanding he was paid out of the professional services budget, that would intimate that there's some sort of accounting procedure within either your office or the county office where there are separate fund allocations. and I asked you if your funds were commingled and everything was paid out of the same, or if there were dedicated accounts. So you were unaware that Mr. Way was paid out of the forfeiture funds. You believe he was paid out of the professional services funds. What would be the process, as you understand, in your office to determine what fund a invoice is paid from?
You're in the weeds, and I don't know the answer.
Okay. We've already talked about the selection of the special SADA, special assistant district attorneys. I may use those interchangeably. The process of interviewing Governor Barnes, among some other folks, ultimately settling on Mr. Wade.
Well, I don't want you to act like he was,
Well, after just talking to 2 or 3 people, I think, to be fair, I don't think I'm not seeing
he's
the
been
bottom of it.
practicing law 25 years.
Sure.
Oh my God.
What was the reason that you chose to use, and I think if you could just unpack this for us a little bit more, that you chose to use a special assistant DA at the rate of $250 an hour versus using the attorneys that were already in your office, or hiring additional attorneys at a rate that you referenced earlier is between, I think you said between $85,000 and $200,000 a year?
Because we were drowning, and each of so most of the lawyers I had in the office wouldn't be qualified to do that work. Most of them. I had some that were qualified to do that work, but each of them had a major project. Let me use those 2 cases that mattered most to me: Kennedy Maxey and Sequoia Turner. I was determined we were going to win those cases. So on day 1, those cases got handed to Miss Dacia Young. In addition to handing her that, because nobody has one job, I handed her the Special Victims Division, at which time had like 8 units. So she's doing both these 2 big cases, and she's over the entire Special Victims Division. Same thing with Mr. Carlson, very qualified lawyer, but I handed him 6 units. And I also told him, you gonna get rid of these 250 or so murders that we have. We're gonna do a project. We're gonna set it up. We're gonna go one by one. So every lawyer I had with that level of experience had a huge project. I assigned a lawyer to deal with the 18,000 backlog. I don't want to be sitting here it took us, I think, 3 years to get through those, as well as keep up with the 46,000 cases that end up coming in my first term. So everyone had some. So it became obvious to me that I needed a lawyer that could manage this team while I did the rest of the work of the people.
And there was nobody else, either internal or that you could have hired at a lower rate that you just
lower rate than 250? It's an insult to take 250 for a lawyer that's been practicing law that long.
I thought you told me earlier that your range of people that work for you are between 85, not dollars an hour, but $85,000 a year and $200,000.
Yeah, but 85,000 is like one domestic violence grant. I usually only hire someone with 3 years of experience. I make an exception with that because that's, an offensive salary. Although I can tell you, I think the state is paying lawyers $64,000. I mean, it's ridiculous. I know a little girl just graduated Georgetown Law, and she's making $280,000, $300,000 a year. We do not take public service seriously, and we need to, because my lawyers do greater work than most of these lawyers in this civil firm.
And let me point out one thing. You're using gross math. That doesn't include
Benefits.
The perks, the health insurance, and all that stuff, which Wade did not have.
Sure. So describe for me the experience level of your top paid, or somebody that would fall within the category of the top paid assistant district attorney that works for you at the $200,000 a year. And to Governor Barnes's point, plus benefits, let's just say that's $250. And if I take that divided by 2,000 hours, that's about $125 an hour.
I don't understand the question.
My question is, what is the experience level of the assistant district attorneys?
Are you trying to intimate that you're going to tell me who to hire and how to do my
Oh,
job?
shit.
I'm asking you, the people, the wonderful people that you have hired, they're the top of your pay scale at $200,000 a year. What is their experience level? Because I'll let you answer that. I'll ask my next question.
20 years practicing or
Okay.
more.
And it's your testimony that somebody with 20 years practicing or more would not be able to manage the election interference case?
You are really not listening. I said that I had people at that pay rate, and each of them was assigned a major task within my office. And no, I did not have anyone that was not assigned with a major task that I trusted to manage this case. And so I made a decision. The people of Fulton County elected me to make that
Oh my
decision,
God.
and I did.
Is there a reason why you decided to go the special assistant district attorney route via independent contractor as opposed to a new full-time hire?
I think it's asked and answered, sir.
Okay.
Because it's cheap. You don't have to pay the perks.
Governor, I'm happy for you to provide counsel to your client, but in terms of testimony, that's what the district attorney is here for today. Can you describe?
Give you fair notice. I'm not going to allow her to answer repetitive questions that have been answered time and time again.
Were there any internal policies that you had that kind of drew a line between you when you would use your internal staff versus hiring a special assistant district attorney, or was it more so based on workload like you described?
It was based on my decisions.
Okay. At its peak, how many total attorneys were working on the election interference case?
Maybe 9, approximately.
You referenced to Mr. Cross before. I believe that's a.
Who?
I believe you referenced to Mr. Cross before.
I don't know Mr. Cross.
A couple of minutes ago. Miss Cross, I apologize.
Anna Cross.
What about him?
Her.
Who are you talking about?
Miss Anna Cross.
I never referenced Miss Anna Cross.
I believe you referenced Miss Cross when we were going through.
I didn't read back the testimony.
Can you give me the breakdown of the total attorneys that were on the case? How many of those were full-time within your office, and how many of those were independent contractors?
I believe I had 3 independent contractors.
One of those being Mr. Wade. Who were the other 2?
John Floyd, Anna Cross. Diversity, white male, white female, black male. Diversity is intentional.
What kind of experience do you look for in those special assistant district attorneys?
They're all amazing lawyers. John Floyd is the RICO expert. He wrote the book, literally. He taught me RICO. So that was his experience. He's not he's not necessarily going to be the trial prosecutor, but he certainly is great to help you put together an indictment, and he is certainly capable of questioning a witness, but that was not his forte. Miss Cross is a brilliant mind. She writes beautifully, and is very well versed in the law. I had worked for a prosecutor in the past, so I looked for smart people with integrity that could do the work. And I got 3 lawyers, each the God put in different skin, that could do the work.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for giving us Ms. Cross's background, the rest of those as well. Has Mr. Wade ever prosecuted a RICO case prior to the election interference case?
Mr. Wade was served as a prosecutor before this. He also has worked as a criminal defense attorney. And I don't know, I believe he has defended RICO cases.
But as far as you know, he had not prosecuted.
I didn't need him for that. That's why I get to make the selection and not you.
Oh, no.
Has he ever prosecuted any felonies? You referenced him prosecuting cases. My understanding is this was the first felony case that he was on the prosecutor side for. Is that accurate?
I'm not sure if that's accurate. I know I believe he did some work for the Attorney General, although the Attorney General never tries as many cases as my office. Different people are needed for different things. And the people of Fulton County elected me to make those decisions. And I know y'all want to come in and be daddy and create QAnon committees that will judge prosecutors and have these committees. But unfortunately for you, I won this vote by 68% this time, 87 in the Democratic, 68 the general, 72% last time. So the people of Fulton County have selected me to make these choices, and I make them. And my city and county are safer because I make them.
In your prior testimony with Miss Ashley Merchant, there was conversation around what she referred to as block billing. How would you describe block billing?
Oh, let's talk about Miss Merchant.
Let's just talk.
Oh,
about
no,
block
no, no,
billing.
no. Don't come after Ashley.
I've
She,
opened the
bu-
question
she
to
bought,
block
she bought a
billing.
binder.
The credibility of whoever's saying it is an issue.
She got a binder on
Let's
Ashley.
just,
So I'd like to talk about what this committee did the last time we were here, and for the press, I will have 50 copies of this, so each person.
Oh,
can
let
have a
me
copy.
shout out to Dennis
You all, the
Byron.
last time y'all had a committee meeting, you all purported this lie that I had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris.
questions
Me,
about
no,
block
I'm
billing,
going to
Madam
answer
DA.
this question right now. And when you stated that, you stated that it was me and it was Mayor Dickens. And then you put this exhibit up for
Oh,
the
shit.
entire world to see.
Oh,
How
shit.
disingenuous, how lacking of integrity for Miss Merchant as an attorney to put it up, and for Cowsert, who I noticed is cowardly not here, to have it here. This clearly says I'm at a Black History Month project. Almost every important Black elected official across the country was invited to it. I'm on the lawn with a cocktail, and yet y'all tell the world I was sitting down with the vice president having a meeting. It was a damn lie. And this is the evidence of it. And y'all had the
It was a
audacity
lie.
to put it up on a screen as if you were showing something other than the DA was having a cocktail on the lawn. I have never even had the honor of meeting Vice President Kamala Harris. Never.
How would you define block billing?
Like somebody who didn't know what the hell they were talking about.
Oh,
I refer you
man.
to the screen. These
I
are
don't review those documents, so you're asking me to look at documents that I haven't for the first time. What I can tell you is that I
I'll give
only
you time to
allowed
review the
Mr. Wade to
documents.
bill 160 hours a week, and then Mr. Wade would be the first one in the office making sure that my staff arrived. He corrected their behavior. They thought that 8:30 meant 8:30. He taught them that 8:30 means 7:45. He got there before them. He left after him. He taught them how to do this case, and he was a leader to that team and a public servant. And for that, him like me has been threatened thousands of times. You want something to investigate as a legislature? Investigate how many times they've called me the N-word. Why don't you investigate that? Why don't you investigate them writing on my house? Why don't you investigate the fact that my house has been swatted? If you want something to do with your time that makes sense, and you can use all this in your campaign ad, you attacked Fani Willis. What have you done, sir? Nothing.
I'm going to refer you to the screen. I know you said you don't approve.
I don't look at this.
Review
I've never
these
seen it,
bills.
so I can't talk to you about documents I don't approve and don't review. Can't
With-
talk to you about it.
Who does approve the documents in your office when invoices come in?
I thought we'd been through this.
I don't believe you said who reviews the invoices and approves the invoices in your
First
office.
of all, I have no firsthand knowledge of it.
You have no
You
firsthand
want me to
knowledge of.
testify about something I don't have any firsthand knowledge of?
I'm
Would
asking.
you? Are you asking me to speculate? Because I've clearly told you I don't have any firsthand knowledge of it, and I'm not going to speculate.
The question is,
Oh, my
when
word.
an invoice comes into your office from a special assistant district attorney, what is the review process for that invoice before it's paid?
She's answered. She said she has a deputy of operations, and he reviews or she reviews, and then it goes through the county. So it's a repetitive question.
What's the name of the deputy of operations?
The question has been asked and answered, and I believe it goes straight to the county, so I'm not sure. Dexter Bond.
Okay. Do you know who ATG may be initials within your office?
I don't.
I would assume it's accurate to say it's probably not Dexter Bond.
I don't. It may be somebody at the county.
What we're looking at here are two bills that were paid by and approved by your department. The one on the left is from the Cross firm, which refers to Anna Cross that we referenced earlier. The one on the right is invoice number 11 from Nathan Wade. And the first thing
Let me tell you why this is such a
the
damn
first
joke.
thing that jumps out to
Oh,
me
no.
as
Don't tell
as
us.
a non-lawyer, but as someone who has paid lawyer bills before, and I believe this gets to the question, the question which was around block
I need to get
billing.
my glasses. Oh, word.
And here's my question for you, Madam DA. Are there rules in your contracts or otherwise when you hire independent contractors that gets to the billing methodology for your attorneys? In other words, are they allowed to always bill to the even hour, or is there a professional expectation that they would bill to the 10th?
Let me tell you
quarter-
something. I
quarter
had
hour?
3 attorneys working with me that had integrity. For you to insinuate that a judge that sat for 10 years and was the head of the magistrate court judges that they did something illegal. They were underpaid. I have here documents where in one annual year, because I want you to remember his bills were over the course of 3 years. In one annual year made 8 million, made 5 million. And I'm going to make sure that the press has that so that when you're asking me about this great service to the state of Georgia, that it is understood that these are more than reasonable, actually bargain basement amounts. Ms. Cross would insist that I wrote government rate in her contract because she didn't want anyone to get confused that she would actually work for this rate, but for the fact that it was service to her community. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but to insinuate these 3 lawyers that have great integrity, have served this community well, did something unethical, I don't know why we're having this conversation.
I'm trying to.
I don't know anything about the whatever you're talking about.
The state of Georgia allocates funding to your office.
They
And
hire those 25
and-
lawyers, yes.
And we are trying to, the questioning here is relative to the approval process of invoices that are paid by your office. You have testified that that is done by Dexter Bond, that you're unaware of who this ATG is that signed off on this. We'll move on to this further line of questioning here.
You know, old men have to go to the bathroom about every hour.
Governor, would you like a 5-minute recess? We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Oh my God, chat. Oh my goodness. Roy needs to go to the little boys' room, but wow. I mean, are you all surprised? We have a lot of the same behavior we saw last year. And again, Fani's holding her ground. She is. Now we can see why she did not want to come to the Senate committee, right? I do have a press person in the room. I'm going to see if she was saying that she has copies for the press of some things. So I am going to actually text my contact to see if he can get his hands on that and maybe call in because, you know, again, this is a lot of the same behavior. There's 2 press rooms. One is for overflow and this is the main room. So let me see. And shout out to Dennis Byron. That is who I am texting. Can you get your hands on a copy of that thing she's talking about? I'll have them call in, guys, because I'm very curious about this. So they took a 5-minute break, but we might have some TiVo time. So let me bring us to current time. Some of the, okay, looks like they're still on break right now and they might be returning momentarily. So again, I shot a note out to my contact that's there. Looks like they might be all coming back in shortly. All right, so a majority of the questions so far are really hinting at the salary and how Nathan Wade was paid, right? So at the very beginning, and I've been taking some notes in between, most of the prosecutors that work in the office get paid a salary range between $80,000 and $270,000, right? We know that Nathan Wade was paid in total about $700,000. Now, there were also 9 total people that worked on the election case that she put on, right? 6 were in-house and 3 were contracted out. The 3 people that were contracted out were Nathan Wade, John Floyd, Anna Cross. Nathan Wade was significantly paid more than John Floyd and Anna Cross. So right now, what we're watching, and right before we took the break, Fani's great at evading and kind of dancing around a question and steering the conversation to where she wants it steered towards, right? Last year, Scott McAfee, who was the judge presiding over the hearings, stopped everything and did have to say respectfully, Madam DA, you do have to answer the questions, right? Now, I don't like in particular how she said what she said about Ashley. She did open up that binder when it came time to talk about Ashley Merchant. And she seemed to have a really big issue with a rumor that she went to the White House to spend some time with Kamala Harris. So Fani is telling the world that is fake news. That did not happen. In fact, I was invited to an event with many other DAs. I was not the only person that was there to specifically see Kamala Harris. In fact, I have never met her. All right. So that's what we're seeing right now. I hope that they give Roy Barnes, her attorney, a microphone so we can hear things a bit better. Now, Senator Cowsert is not there. Apparently he had, and that's who you see on the thumbnail. It's a white-haired gentleman. He's one of the most senior people on this Senate committee. Now, what Fani and Roy, I believe, are going to continue to do, because this has been in the news as I've been covering this week, is they are saying that 3 of these members on the committee are running for office. And they have put in their political ads that they are going after Fani Willis. In one of those ads, one of the gentlemen was saying, if you want me to go after her, donate $100 to my campaign. Okay. I'm very curious about what Ashley thinks. I might have to send her a text a little bit later on. You know, she's assistant to the channel. You know, she's come on and I've talked about this case with her, as well as the YSL RICO case, things of the like. Ashley's really important to this investigation because last year she was the one who spoke to Terrence Bradley, got all this information about the affair between Fani Willis and Nathan Wade, and really blew the lid off of the water. Now, Nathan Wade's ex-partner, Terrence Bradley, his name has come up in these proceedings as well, but we're not getting very far. It looks like everybody is coming through and, you know, they are back in their seats, so we should be resuming momentarily. Thank you to everybody that sent over super chats. I'm just waiting to read them towards breaks like this or towards the end. I see another one that just came in. A few of them. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel. Very generous.
Back to order in just a second here.
With 50, thank you. He says, is she an angry Black woman? I'm just asking. Yeah, see, that's the thing. A lot of people don't like the unprofessionalism, right, with some of these questions. I am one of those people because I do think she can handle it a little bit differently, more professionally, but she's choosing to handle it the way that she's handling it. Fani is choosing violence, okay? So it looks like the sound is coming back on and they should be jumping back in here. Shout out to Diamond with the 50, says, hey, AV, I'm tapped in. Happy holidays, everyone. AV, you are definitely that girl, respectfully. Thank you so much.
Call the meeting back to order.
All right, here we go. We're going back in, chat.
Let me turn your mic on just 1 second. Are you on 2 there?
I testified that I had capped Mr. Wade or Attorney Wade or Judge Wade at 160 a week. What I meant to speak is 160 a month. Also, I have referred several times to the rates of the AG. I would like you to know that in 2020, the Attorney General of this state paid $52,000 in attorney's fees. I've done initial $52 million in attorney's fees with the top recipient in that year, initials AF. I've taken off their name at $3,593,000. That was for 2020. In 2021, again, in excess of $52 million, with the top one in that year being AD as the initials, $2,673,000. I should note the great Josh Belafonte was one of the recipients that year, and he made $1.3 million in 2021. In 2022, the AG's office spent on special prosecutors $55 million. DS being the top recipient for that year, $2 million, $200,000. Josh Belafonte made $911,000. In 2023, the AG's office spent $65 million with the top recipient making $5 million, initials MR, and I'm going to finish. And
they cut her mic off. They cut her mic off.
Next question here.
Oh, they cut her mic off. What?
And I have a copy for the press 50 if you like them.
Go ahead, throw it, Roy.
All right, we're going to move on to our next question here. All right, I want to refer your attention to the screen.
This is wild.
Ma'am, do you have seen this letter before?
Got my signature on it.
Do you have seen this letter before?
Yes, that's how it got signed.
You sent this letter on December 17th, 2021, requesting access to documents to from the January 6th committee, Chairman, Mr. Representative Thompson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Did you or anyone in your office receive help in your investigation from the January 6th commission?
What do you mean by help?
Did they send you documents?
Well, they're public documents.
Did they send you any documents that were not public? That were not public at the time? 'Cause
None that I
believe
can
the report's
recall.
been
None that I
released.
can recall.
In the letter, you offer to meet them in person. Did they take you up on the offer to meet in person?
I've never met Thompson.
Have you ever met anyone that was doing work with the January 6th commission?
Not to my knowledge. I may have met them and not known they were doing that work.
Mr. Wade traveled to DC with members of your staff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Wade billed for conference calls for the January 6th committee. Is that correct?
Haven't looked at the bills.
What difference does that make?
On the left side of the screen here, and I apologize, the camera's in your way. There's a screen over here.
You'll have to remember the criminals that I
Easier to
indicted,
see.
they had committed crimes all over the country. And so as a result, as a prosecutor, if you know that a criminal has done crimes in this state and other states, it would almost not be due diligence to try to get information from them. Here goes some more legislation you can take up. There is a process called TUI with the federal government where state prosecutors try to get information from federal prosecutors. They are not very helpful.
On this bill, on the left-hand side, the first
I
red
haven't
highlight.
seen the bill, sir. You remember?
That's why I'm showing it to you, Madam DA. It says team meeting conference with January 6th, research legal issues to prep and then it ends with V. He testified, and the testimony is on the right side of the screen that meant interview. And then the second one is travel out of state, interview and research, which was from April 27th until April 29th. Are you aware of a trip that Mr. Wade took out of state that your office paid for in April of 2022?
Yes.
What was the purpose of the trip?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I'm sure to get information on some of the criminals I ended up indicting.
This slide here shows essentially a reimbursement request on the right-hand side for Mr. Wade at the Hyatt Place Hotel. And on the left-hand side, this is an invoice for the Hyatt Place Hotel during the time period I referenced earlier for a Mr. Michael Hill. Do you know who Michael Hill is?
He was an assistant chief when he left my office. He's an investigator, though, a sworn law enforcement officer.
And he was on your staff during April of 2022? You said when he left your office. When did he leave the office?
I don't remember. But yes to the first question. He was on my staff at that time. I don't remember to the second question of when did he leave? Not long ago, he got a higher title at another office.
Do you know who else from your office attended this trip?
I can't recall. You can refresh my recollection if you like.
This is an invoice for the same hotel and the same dates from Mr. Francis. I assume it's Mr. Wakeford. Is that someone that worked in your staff?
An amazing attorney.
What was his role?
He's an attorney.
What did he do what work did he do within your department, your team?
He does all types of work, but he is what I would consider to be an appellate lawyer.
Did he do work on the elections interference case?
Absolutely.
What work did he do on the election interference case?
He did a lot of excellent writing.
This slide here is for Mr. John Wooten, same hotel, same dates, same trip to DC. Do you know John Wooten
He works for me.
currently?
Yes.
What was his role in April of 2022?
A lawyer, works for my office, does a lot of white collar crime for me.
Did work on the election interference case?
Yep.
Okay. So is it safe to assume from both the testimony I had on the screen, your letter, and Mr. Wade's invoices that reference January 6th, is it safe to assume that Mr. Wade and other members of your staff went to DC in furtherance of your investigation of the 2022 election? Or sorry, 2020 election.
I'm not going to make assumptions under oath.
You are unaware of whether or not members of your staff, 4 of them that we have here so far, or 3 and 1 independent contractor, you're unaware as to whether or not the purpose of their DC trip was to meet with the January 6th committee or members of the January 6th committee or lawyers working.
She knew. Okay, so here's what they're getting at. This came up in the hearing last year. Ashley Merchant had discovered by going through some different invoices that Nathan Wade was block billing. Now, we talked about that in depth, like the differences between block billing and all those things, because some of his invoices didn't make sense. It's important because the taxpayers of Fulton County were paying that bill. Doesn't matter what funds it was coming out of. That's what he's getting at with his questions. So it is good that he's staying calm, because this is really getting at that block billing invoice. April of 2022 was one of them. So it's invoice number 6. I recall this from last year. But again, as a former resident of Fulton County, I'm really interested in this line of questioning here.
For the J6 committee.
I know that they went to DC, and I know it was in reference to this investigation. I do not recall who they spoke with, but you all have tried to make this some nefarious thing that lawyers would try to investigate and find out information about people who came to Georgia and committed crimes. And instead of being honorable and trying to defend those people that you take an oath to serve, we're here with this foolishness.
Do you know how many trips Mr. Wade took to DC?
In his life?
As it relates to the J6 committee or the 2020 elections interference case?
I believe one, but I don't know. It's speculation.
Well, it wouldn't be speculation if he had told you about it. Did he tell you about any other trips that he took?
But what you have to remember is it is whatever day it is in December of 2025, and I'm an office that prosecutes 64,000 people, and I know you are somewhat offended that I had the audacity to prosecute, these folks that came into my county and committed crimes. But this wasn't special to me. This was another day of business.
On the screen is another invoice from Mr. Wade, the highlighted section. I'll just read it out loud. Says January 6th meeting and ATTY conf. That's from November 16th of 2022. And then there is a second entry immediately below that, interview with DC/White House, November 18, 2022. Have you seen this bill?
No.
Are you aware of phone calls or conferences that Mr. Wade either attended or was a part in that relates to the J6 committee or the election interference case, working with the J6 committee that is separate from the April trip that we just discussed?
We didn't do much work with a J6 committee. So I've never seen this bill before. And I believe the only thing that we called the White House about was, did we have to go through the TUI process with that White House like we have to do with the Department of Justice? That's my recollection. That could be right or wrong, but we were trying to speak to people in the Trump administration, the first one. So I don't believe we had a lot of contact with the White House. So I'm not aware.
You said you were trying to speak with people that are part of the first Trump administration in these travels to DC, or are you saying that more generally?
More generally.
Okay. And just to clarify, I want to make sure that I have the record correct here. You're unaware of who Mr. Wade.
I can't recall those level of details. I know you want to take me back to 1948, where an African-American prosecutor can only prosecute certain types of people, but I prosecute and stand up for all victims that come into my circuit.
When was the special purpose grand jury impaneled?
I don't remember the date, but that's an interesting point. 2 grand juries said these people did these crimes.
The date that I have,
and the grand jury was made up of
They
independents,
did these
Democrats,
crimes.
Republicans. 2.
The date that I have is January 24th of 2022. Does that seem like it's within the range of being the correct date?
So I already stated I don't trust you. I understand you're trying to run for lieutenant governor right now. Anything you want me to testify to, I'm going to need to see.
Okay. Were you aware that in between the time of the special grand jury being sworn in and receiving evidence, Mr. Wade traveled to Athens, Georgia to meet with officials from the White House counsel's office?
I don't recall.
On the right-hand side here is the meeting that I reference highlighted section reads travel to Athens, conf with White
How
House
does this
counsel.
assist you in developing laws for
Oh, shit.
Georgia? Because I
Oh,
believe the purpose that I'm here for
Oh,
is
shit.
because you all need assistance in doing your job,
Oh,
and you want assistance with rules and regulations around how people should be a prosecutor. And it made sense to me that you'd come to the best prosecutor in the state to ask for some advice. But I'm confused as to how this assists you in what the purpose of me being here is.
The committee has a broad purpose. I'd be happy to refer to council as to the overall purpose of the committee. But my question for you is, as it relates,
I don't
to this
think it's
travel-
relevant, so I'm objecting on relevance.
we're not in court.
She's told you that the TUI process goes through the White House counsel's office. She's asked, it's been asked and answered.
And it's your testimony today that the travel to Athens conference with the White House counsel, as far as you were aware, was due to a part of this TUI process that the governor's referencing.
I've testified. I don't recall anything about this.
Okay.
And I don't see how it's relevant to what your alleged purpose is. Now, your real purpose is to try to get elected, which I would say, Georgia, please, let's elect any lieutenant governor but this one.
Oh,
We'll get to your work trying to elect lieutenant governors in a second, Madam DA. But for now, we're talking about
I've done no work with an elected governor, but if I will do some work with this, I see that Counselor left you
contracts.
alone today,
I'm not,
and he is running to be Attorney General of this state,
Madam DA,
and
we're
he
gonna
is
answer
not
the question.
qualified to be such. By record, by this document where he put up a false document trying to prove that I met with the vice president, that shows you he does not have ethics. But there is
Madam-
somebody running for Attorney General that has been a state prosecutor, a federal prosecutor, a
Oh
civil rights attorney, and a state's
my
legislature.
God.
So if people want to vote for people that are ethical and actually have the experience to do the job, I say go donate now to Tanya Miller.
Oh. She said, don't vote for him, vote for my person.
Madam DA, I've asked you about Mr. Wade. Did you speak with anyone that had worked with the January 6th committee or was a lawyer for the J6 committee? Did you communicate with members of the J6 committee through any intermediaries that relayed messages back and forth on your behalf?
I don't recall ever speaking to any one of the January 6th committee. What you asked me, though, is have I ever met someone? I am a public official. I meet people all over this country all the time. Shake hands, take pictures, kiss babies, all the things elected officials do. So I have no idea if I've ever met someone that may have been part of the January 6th committee. And killed a police officer? The ones that have been exonerated, we say that we stand with law enforcement, but don't care when police officers get killed.
We're going to continue on to the next question. Governor, you are here to advise your counsel. You're not here to pontificate. Absolutely.
And how does this help you for laws? Yes, I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry, Governor.
There must have been a conspiracy here when they went up and looked into the folks that broke into the Capitol.
This is crazy. Now she letting Roy's like, no, let me sit back and tell you something. This is like granddad. Just, you see that lean back? He's like, let's talk about the conspiracy. This is off the rails, chat. I can't believe we're watching this. But I knew, because in that news clip in the video we put out on Monday, I saw Roy say they're just using this as a political ploy. So now they're doing it. Roy and Fani are doing it. They're like, oh, y'all want to play political games? Let's choose political war.
Shamu's suits or whatever that was, and put the vice president of the United States out saying, hang Mike Kent, and that they were prosecuted and then pardoned by President Trump, and you're trying to say and infer that it was illegal, immoral to investigate that was part of a pending case.
we're asking questions relative to the investigation, Governor. We're going to move on to the next question.
You're trying to infer some wrongdoing where none exists. Ask the question, let's move on.
Thank you for
Also
thank-
to
thank you,
divide this
Governor. We're
country,
gonna-
and it should be noted that there
we're
were
gonna move on to the
many
next
great
question.
honorable Republicans that brought this case to me because they knew what happened was wrong. One of them is Duncan, who's now running for governor.
So you have your endorsement.
I didn't endorse him.
Wait just a minute. Don't answer that question.
So
But
Probably-
I do
probably
think it
wise,
should be
Governor.
noted that although you are trying to divide this country, that this country is not divided. Most people in this country are trying to do the right thing every day as they get up for work. Most people know when someone is murdered and victimized, you don't act as a depraved human being and tease them and their family in their greatest time of loss. Most people.
So I want to talk about a little bit of a timeline as it relates to DC, and just a layout of fact pattern here, and then I'll ask you a couple questions. On November 9th, then President Biden stated and was asked about President Trump returning to office, and he stated that we just have to demonstrate that he will not take power. If he does run, making sure he, under legitimate efforts of our Constitution, does not become the next president again. Are you familiar with that quotation from the president?
That has nothing to do with this inquiry. If you want to subpoena President Biden, subpoena him down here. I'll come. I might even represent him. He's got a seat. I hope he's got something left.
Roy doesn't have a mic. That's why it's hard to hear him.
Didn't mind his thing.
So a couple of days after this, President Trump did indeed announce that he was running for president. As you can see on the date there, November 15th, 2022. And then the very next day, and we've referenced this a second ago, but we're going to go back to it.
This helps
The
you
ver-
develop
the very next
legislation.
day-
How?
The very next day, there was a conversation between Mr. Wade. I'm sorry, there was an 8-hour, was described here as an interview with DC and the White House.
Interview with who?
It reads interview DC/White House. It's on the screen.
Answered. They said that they had.
No, I'm laying a foundation here, Governor. On November 18th, the very same day as this 8-hour phone call with the White House, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland appointed Special Counsel Jack Smith. And around that same period of time, some news reports say the same day, but we know within 2 weeks of that time, Matthew Colangelo, who is the former third highest ranking official at DOJ, tendered his resignation to take a position in the Manhattan prosecutor's office, which would go on to also indict President Trump.
He committed crimes a lot of places.
And convicted by the jury of his peers.
And you
So-
know, you
so
all
on
want
November-
to. No,
on
this is
November-
very
on
important.
November
You all
18th.
want to intimidate people from doing the right thing.
On-
And you think that you're going to intimidate me. You all have been trying to intimidate me for 5 years, which is why I have not been able to live in my house for 5 years, because the N-word has been written on my house. Thousands of threats have come to my office. And instead of doing some legislation,
Madam
when
DA, we've
someone,
just
no,
been
no,
trying
no,
to get
when
you here
someone
to
says
testify
something
before the committee.
inflammatory that you know is going to cause them to be the victims of crime, you ought to do something about it. But you see, I'm not Marjorie Taylor Greene. I ain't gonna quit in a month because somebody threatens me. I took an oath to do the right thing. People came into my community and committed a crime, and I indicted them. And rest assured, if someone else comes in my community and commits a crime, I will indict them again.
Oh,
Special,
shit.
special purpose grand jury released its report just under a month after this time frame on December 15th of 2022.
And said 39 people should
Is
be
that-
indicted, but in my discretion and looking at the evidence that was the most damning, I chose to only present an indictment to the grand jury of 19. And who knew? The citizens of Fulton County, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, non-politicals, all said these 19 people deserve to be indicted, and they were.
The question was the special purpose grand jury released its report just under a month after this phone call between Mr. Wade and the White House, just a month after that, on the very same day, Jack Smith was appointed by Merrick Garland. And just a month after, the third ranking member of the Department of Justice left the Department of Justice to go work for Alvin Bragg, that date being December 15th, 2022. Is that the date that the special purpose grand jury released its report?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Does that?
She said she did not recall, and to try to, everybody's a crook in your mouth. Jack Smith.
Well, there were some crooks.
Well, I know. But
They were on the indictment.
So you reference your prosecutorial discretion and bringing these charges. I believe you say 50. You were talking kind of fast there. Was it 50 that you
I
said?
said that the grand jury recommended that 19 people be indicted. It's there. It's part of public record. What I did was look at all of the evidence against each of those persons, and I chose to only put forth an indictment that talked about the 19 most culpable. Those 19 were presented to a grand jury.
I just want
That
to clarify.
grand
You said
jury-
19 twice. I just want to clarify your testimony.
19 people were indicted.
Originally, how many were recommended? You said 19 for both.
39 were recommended. 19 were presented.
How many of the electors? There were 16 electors here in the Capitol that cast votes for President Trump. Is that correct?
they were not elected.
There were
You
six.
talking about the fake electors that y'all sat in a hearing and listened to? Many of y'all.
In this same room,
I was not in the room. But I'm referencing there were 16 electors who took part in that meeting. Is that your understanding?
Why are you not offended that people came before you and lied?
Were there 16? Were there 16?
I don't
electors?
remember. I don't remember.
Okay. How many did you indict?
What does this have to do with you developing legislation? Because this is not relevant. So I'm going to object relevance.
where are we going? I thought this was supposed to be.
I thought y'all needed some help.
Be about rules of conduct. And so now you're getting into where the electors met here and they weren't really electors. And how many of them got indicted and why did you do that?
We're here for far more.
Wait just a minute.
We're here for far more than rules of
Deliberative
conduct.
process On why she chose to do so. It was presented to two grand juries. They returned an indictment on one because the investigative grand jury cannot indict, it can only investigate. And so, how has this to do with the conduct and legislation? I'm amazed that everybody's fixated that the election was fixed 5 years ago.
Somebody get grandpa.
We'll come back to this. We'll move on for a second. Well, we'll see what you think of this next line of questioning, Governor. In January of 2021, and you referenced his name earlier, but you hired Jeff DeSantis to be the deputy district attorney overseeing the media relations unit of the district attorney's office. Is that correct?
And strategy.
Media relations and strategy. Can you describe the difference between those two separate roles, or are you just saying that's the title?
That's the title.
It's the title. Okay. Was he serving in your office in April of 2021?
Yes.
He's classified those in ADA for personnel purposes.
He is a lawyer. He
Yes, he
went to
works.
Emory Law School. Was there 2 years ahead of me and graduated. He's my elder.
When you're referencing media relations, how would you describe the overall role of media relations?
This has nothing, I don't read about media relations in any of these resolutions. It's beyond the scope.
This is within the scope of the state's funding to that department.
Not
To
a
that.
question about who's the director of media relations.
I didn't ask who. I'm asking what the role of media relations is.
Neither is that. Don't answer. I instruct you not to answer. Completely irrelevant.
Your objection is relevance.
No, my objection is the reason she hired and the reason that she has hires and fires employees and the reason that she undertakes to run her office is a matter of employees, which is accepted and is written and is a deliberative process.
So you are asserting that the role of a media relations director is privileged. You want clarity on that, Counselor?
So you're instructing the witness.
I'm gonna-
I'm not arguing with you. I'm just trying to understand what the objection is.
Here's a couple for you.
It would help if you, Governor, respectfully, it would help if the objections could be limited to like 5 to 10 seconds. I mean, I don't need a speaking objection.
I talk slow.
I'll give you 30 seconds, but it's counted by words, Governor.
Country lawyer, and this is real hard to get through. It is beyond the scope of the resolution, number
Okay.
one.
All right, can we break and address that?
I'm gonna say my objection. I mean, I'm not here-
That's fine. We'll do it all together.
I'm not here-
I'm just trying to understand.
I'm not here to debate.
I'm not trying to debate,
I
Governor.
think he's just looking for clarity on your objection, Governor.
Beyond the scope.
Okay.
Irrelevant. And the decisions she makes on personnel are not subject to inquiry.
All right, on the beyond the scope. I'm sorry. Oh, I can do that, I guess. Is that me?
It's on.
Oh, it's on?
Yep.
Okay.
Can you hear?
I know I'm not going to convince you, but I just want to give you the chance. I certainly know I'm not going to convince you, Madam DA. Whereas, this is lines 26 to 30 of Senate Resolution 5. Whereas many have concluded that the conduct of District Attorney Willis has brought her and her office into disrepute.
My office has brought
undermined-
myself
Ma'am,
into respect.
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
And so that is.
I'm not done, Governor. Undermined public confidence in the fair, impartial, and
The public voted me again by 68% respect.
Madam DA, I don't think that it's, well, you continued. I mean, I've got my second fundraiser email from you while we're sitting here.
Did you donate?
Impartial. I did early on when you ran against Paul Howard, and you know that.
You selected the best DA in the country.
I'm just here as a lawyer, man. Fair and impartial, disinterested administration of justice by prosecutors across our state and cast significant doubt as to the purpose and validity of the charges of her office has brought in regard to the 2020 presidential election. Further, when you get to the language, the actionable language under powers and duties of the committee is hereby reauthorized to undertake legislative investigation into the issues mentioned above or related thereto. So I would submit it's broad. I presume that doesn't change your position, but I just, okay. You say that it is irrelevant. You mentioned at the start of this that you were going to be able to object to privilege. Is it your position that relevance is a privilege that you're asserting?
It's more than just privilege. It is also that it's beyond the scope. That what you've read me there is just confirmed that it's beyond the scope.
Or related thereto when it speaks to,
Related thereto refers to the 2020 election.
correct. And both you and Madam DA have said that her decision to bring the case and how it was brought and who was brought against, the exact things the Court of Appeals talked about as initial pretrial decisions, caused people to question and the fairness and of justice. And so if that is what the courts have said, not me, I'm not here to say one way or the other, but if that's what the courts have said, and that is in the language of the Senate resolution, your position is that it is limited to what?
It certainly does not encompass who the press secretary is.
Okay, but the question that was on the floor was, what is the role of a media relations person? Fine. I think the question was, and if you need, I'm sure it could be asked this way, is what is the role of the person? And so to that question, which does not include any individual, but what is the role of the office? The objection is scope and privilege, or scope and relevance.
And since you mentioned fundraising, I'd like to make sure that this is part of the record. Counselor believing he's going to go after Fani Willis and asking to donate at the last period. I also have 50 of these for the press because this is about folks sitting here trying to get elected.
Throw it, Roy. Throw it in the
We do
pile.
have a lot more, Governor. We'll take a lunch break just so you all are aware if you want to make arrangements at 12:30. We'll take a lunch break at 12:30. Madam DA, relative to your full-time employed staff, such as Mr. DeSantis, what rules, if any, exist relative to other work that they can do, either contract work or employment work outside of your office?
if it's an investigator and they're working a job, off-duty job, extra job, as most police officers do, the chief of investigations has to sign off on approving them for that work site, as well as the district attorney. So that is to the law enforcement that report to me, because, you know, I have a police department there, and so they have to get it signed off on that it's appropriate work. I don't like my investigators working at nightclubs, but they can certainly work at a store. They like to work at State Farm Arena and things of that nature. If it's a professional that's not an investigator and not a lawyer, they're pretty much able to do whatever. Of course, they can't do it on my hours, but they can work whatever. And if it's a lawyer, prosecutors are not able to practice law doing that. If, you know, they were selling pies at Christmas, I probably don't care.
Somewhere in between practicing law and selling pies, are there any restrictions besides that?
None that come to mind.
Are you aware of an entity called Critical Mention?
I am. I'm aware that you all use it.
What can you tell me about Critical Mention?
Critical Mention kind of tells you when your office or an issue that concerns your community comes into the news space. It has been used as a device by my office to find witnesses. It's been used as a device to determine if there's a pressing issue among my constituents that they are concerned about. But it is basically an outlet that lets you know what's going on in your community. It's helped us find witness victims, and like I said, been used for security.
Help me understand how it helps you find victims or find out what's happening in the community. What's the...
You would be surprised, because people will complain about some issue. You won't know anything about it. Somebody got robbed. It brings cases to your attention. Because, you know, I'm not a small prosecutor's office. I'm a huge prosecutor's office, and so it brings things to your attention. I can't give you more than that.
Are you aware of any other uses that your office uses Critical Mention for?
I don't know all the uses. I gave you some.
Okay. You sent a letter to Governor Kemp, Secretary of State Raffensperger, and Attorney General Carr. I believe it was essentially a records retention notice in early 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I didn't want anyone destroying evidence. Not that they would do so intentionally, but I didn't want them to do it unintentionally.
So on the screen is a report from Critical Mention that we referenced earlier. This report was in an email from Mr. DeSantis to you and someone who worked for you at the time. And this came the week after the time that the letter was sent. And the letter I just referenced to the governor, the AG, and the secretary. Mr. DeSantis's email states that the analytics graph is attached as PDF. The previous one I sent was for, quote, Fulton County District Attorney. This one is for, quote, Fani Willis. We are getting more coverage via your name than by title. This graph has the coverage value for the last week at over $150 million. That's obviously high, but even adjusting downward, it's still a huge number. And then what's highlighted in red here is part of the Critical Mention report that mentions, which I'm going to just assume how often the search, which I think that he said this one is for your first and last name, what the audience was, which was approximately 6.3 million people, and then publicity value, which I think is what Mr. DeSantis is referencing when he references coverage value at $150 million. Do you recall seeing this report?
I don't.
Do you recall Critical Mention being used at all within your office to track the value of media as it related to the coverage of the election interference case? She told me she doesn't recognize this chart. I'm asking generally if this report, I'm asking if you've seen any report.
I don't know that I've seen any report, but I have definitely heard Mr. DeSantis say, you know, that these numbers are always inflated. So yes, I've heard of it before. But you're asking me about a particular report.
Have you seen this page from a PowerPoint document before?
I've seen it. I don't recall it.
Okay, this was also sent by Mr. DeSantis to your email. And here this captures a broader range of time. The first one, I believe, was for just a couple of weeks. This captures essentially the first 11 months of 2021, at which point in time those audience impressions have grown from the previous number of 6 million, if I recall correctly. The publicity value on the last one that we looked at was 150 million. This one is $637 million. Do you recall seeing any other report that was tracking the publicity value of your name, your work, or your prosecutions?
I can never recall seeing a report. Does not mean I have not seen one. I do not recall seeing a report. But so that we're clear, I've heard Mr. DeSantis mention things that are along what you're talking about.
This is an email from Mr. DeSantis dated around the same time frame as the first report, February 17th, and he's referencing now just the first search that he did, which was for Fulton County District Attorney. He lays out that name received $67 million, which he already said was more than your name. And he concludes his email by stating that even half of that value would be staggering.
Right. He doesn't believe the numbers. He thinks they're
Can y'all get my likes up? Come on, man. There's 2,000 people watching. Hit the like button. It helps me. It helps you. It's free.
inflated, and that's kind of what I reference him
Sure.
talking, that he doesn't believe the numbers.
But he does believe that the value, whatever value, what value means, that we would all need to interpret there, but that even at half of the value, he believes that would be staggering.
You're asking me to speak on,
No, I'm just stating what I'm reading in the context here.
how does this help?
Well, now I'm going to ask you, as a public prosecutor,
Mhm.
why would media coverage and the earned media value, either for your title or your name, be relevant to your job as a prosecutor?
You'll have to ask somebody else, because I don't know the answer to what someone else is thinking. I do know that it has been very important to me, and it continues to be very important to me, that we are very transparent with our public about what we're doing, and that the media, when they're doing their job, it is important that they tell the public what the work is that we're doing, and that they tell them what the services are that we provide them, and that we are always here for them. So that is an important value. The first time, I don't want my constituency to see me, and this is something I say all the time, first time they get to know the Fulton County District Attorney shouldn't be when I'm locking up their nephew. That's not when it should happen. The first time they should see us is when we are out in the community doing service projects, whether that is I am in the schools. I am the only district attorney in the country that all year long I am in the schools with our children, making sure that we see them in the classrooms and not the courtroom. So that is me touching my students and their parents. The first time they see me is when I'm giving away book bags. The first time they see me is when we're doing Christmas drives or Thanksgiving drives. The first time they see us is so that they know that they are coming to an office that is a judgment-free zone. And I think it's why, and I have this for the media too, I have a 92% conviction rate this year. I try more cases than any prosecutor in the state. That's the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District. That's the AG's office. My office is doing this work. We are keeping the community safe, because I know y'all won't believe me. I brought a report here from the Atlanta Police Foundation talking about how crime is down in our community. And it's not the district attorney's office alone. It is the district attorney's office combined with the law enforcement in this community. See, I care about the police. So I don't excuse that an officer got killed on January the 6th. To me, it's a problem.
The question was, as a public prosecutor, why would media coverage be relevant to your role? And
I answered it.
I don't know that you did, and I want to clarify, because I think what you answered was why public relations are important to your role, and people seeing you before they get locked up and all that stuff you referenced, which I think is valid. My question is, there are multiple emails that are tracking in concurrency with your work in the election interference case.
With my concurrency in work, period. That's the work that you think is important. I've answered the question. It's asked and answered. We should move on.
The question that I'm asking you is not, why are you doing public relations? I'm asking you, why are you tracking the dollar value of your name and your title?
And she has told you she does not know the report. She has told you that she has heard it discussed, but she does not know the details. She has told you that it's important to get a message out. And if that's not been asked and answered, I don't know what it is.
Governor, I certainly understand that. I'm not asking about the outbound messaging. I'm asking about the inbound tracking of the dollar value. If you believe that we've covered that, we'll move on. This is the first payment for critical mention. That's a yearly subscription of $10,000. You told me earlier you've never seen a payment voucher form from Fulton County, so I would assume you've never seen what's on the bottom right. Is that correct?
I don't think we should assume, but you'd actually be correct.
Okay. I'm assuming that your testimony was correct earlier, and I'm tying it together to right now. The second time that critical mention was used, and we talked earlier about funds and accounts. This check was used to pay critical mention for their 2022 contract. Have you seen this check before?
Have I seen the check?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
Okay. What account is this from?
It was a Fulton County account. One of the accounts Paul left. So I can't answer you what account it's from. Whatever bank that's from, that's the account it's from.
Just to clarify, you're saying Paul, you're referencing former District Attorney Howard?
Yes, and you were absolutely correct. Former district attorney, I believe it's from one of those accounts. But that's actually speculation too, but I assume that's what it's from.
Do you know how your name got on an account that was formerly used by District Attorney Howard?
Absolutely. At the beginning of my tenure, I had to go and switch names from that DA to this DA.
And part of that changing of names was changing this bank account.
Correct.
Okay. What is the source of funds for this bank account? I know when we talked earlier, you referenced essentially you get everything over to the county. You don't have your own credit card. You don't have your own accounts. I want to clarify what this account is.
It was accounts that Paul left. There were a couple of them. At the beginning of my term, we put our name on those accounts. Me and District Attorney Howard did not have a conversation. He went to the bank, then I went to the bank, and we used it for things for the office. We've been audited 50 million times, so it's in some audit. There's no DA that's been audited as much as me.
Do you know how much money was in that account when you?
I can't recall any of those facts.
Do you know if you've allocated any additional funds in the time that you've been DA into this account?
I do not believe so. Brings me to an interesting point. We did not want to take in money. And I also wanted to have an office that was transparent. And so in my first 4 years, the only way that a district attorney would take in money would be from open records. Well, I had this great idea as the new DA. I wanted the records of Fulton County DA's office to be equally accessible to the indigent and the rich. Many people abused that. And so I had to change it in term 2. I mention this because I didn't take any money during the first time for open records. And so there's no other reason that a DA would take money in that I can think of. If there is one, I'll have to be educated on it.
As it relates to this, well, let me ask this question. You referenced there was 2 or 3 other accounts?
There was a couple of accounts. We've been auditing all my audits. You know, once y'all started attacking me, they audited me every other week. There is no DA. I just passed a DOJ audit.
Do you recognize the signature on this check?
It looks like DB, Dexter Bond.
And Dexter Bond, just for clarity, is your
Deputy of Operations. That's why he would
Operations.
see these kind of things and I would not.
Do you know what the allowed or the restrictions around the allowed uses of this account, of which you
All money that we have has to be used for the betterment of my office.
and the only source of funds that you're aware of in this account where it was money that was in the account when you signed it over from former district attorney?
That is correct.
Are you aware of anything else that has been paid for out of this
No.
account?
Make sure you understand me clearly so y'all don't. I'm sure other things have been paid for out of this. Your question was, am I aware of other things that have been paid for? I can't recall that from 2021 or 22 or any other year.
What's the reason that this account will be used versus the voucher system with the county that I've had up on the screen a couple of times so far this morning?
They would make us. I go to them if this is what I need done for the office. I don't make selections on what account is used. I don't even know what all those accounts are. I can't tell you that this account is the account that you can buy books out of. This is the account that you can do this out of. But I know they have those kind of delineations with the county. But I don't get that. You're in the weeds.
And it's your understanding that this account would have been something you referenced in audit. The state Senate's never done an audit.
Oh, I've been audited a million. The county has audited me, the federal government, I have been audited and audited and audited.
And is it your understanding that this account would have been captured in an audit?
Absolutely.
Okay. I was asking you earlier about essentially what I'm just going to colloquially refer to as side work that is done by full-time staff within your office. And I believe that you told me essentially you're not micromanaging. There's no prohibition on side work. Is that correct?
Well, I told you specifically with my investigators, there is an absolute process. They cannot work as investigators or police officers because that is what they are. I think some people don't understand that in a district attorney's office, the investigators are sworn law enforcement officers with very great careers. It's something that a lot of them come to do after they've been police for many years. And we do have a sign-off process because I don't want my investigators to work at nightclubs. I know they pay a lot per hour, but I would prefer them not to do that kind of work, although I do allow them to do extra jobs.
Most recently, as it relates to I will call it the larger story of the case recently, that was a ruling relative to an appearance of impropriety on this case.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the appearance of impropriety that resulted in your disqualification from the case. Prior to that, your office was investigating the now lieutenant governor, was not lieutenant governor at the time, Burt Jones. Is that correct?
I don't understand the question.
Has your office ever conducted an investigation into then Senator or Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones as it relates to the election?
How does that help you with legislation? Yes.
Don't answer it as part of the deliberative process.
Is it not a matter of public record, Governor?
Then why are you asking?
I'm laying a foundation as you would call it.
Well, why don't you skip along to the question?
We're getting there. You're objecting to the it's deliberative as to whether or not Lieutenant Governor Jones is part of an investigation.
It is deliberative because we know he was part of the investigation and he was indicted by two, or recommended by one and by a second one. But the reason he was indicted.
I'm not asking for the reason he was indicted. So I believe that we can agree on the grounds that Lieutenant. The question is the degree to which Madam DA was aware that Jeff DeSantis, while he was serving in the office, was the registered agent for a business named Charlie Bailey for Georgia.
What's your question?
My question is, are you aware that while he was employed by your office, Mr. DeSantis was serving as a registered agent and secretary of an entity called Charlie Bailey for Georgia?
I don't think I knew that until now. But Charlie Bailey, who's now head of the Democratic Party, I consider a great personal friend.
I heard that he was maybe in the Capitol today. I haven't had the opportunity to meet him yet.
Former assistant.
Are you aware of any work that Mr. DeSantis did on Mr. Bailey's campaign?
Nope.
When he ran for lieutenant governor or for, I believe
He didn't even finish the question.
I'm not aware.
Are you aware of general campaign work that Mr. DeSantis is involved in?
I don't know. Am I aware that he's ever been involved in campaign?
While he's been working for your office, I'll clarify that.
No, I'm not sure that I do know that he's working for campaigns while employed for the office, but I certainly know that in a prior life that he did work on campaigns. He's like, you know, as we get older, we tell war stories.
Well, it varies, Governor.
It says 2/1/2018, which would have been long before I was there, but then it says last annual registration year 2022. So I'm not sure at what point Mr. DeSantis did this. I'm not sure it tells what it purports to tell, but it's on the screen.
Well, the secretary as well is what I was asking about, which is the role of an officer. The officer information is noted there at the bottom. Did you say you were a supporter of Mr. Bailey when he ran for attorney general?
I said that Mr. Bailey was a friend. I think that was a cute little question you asked. But what I said was that he was a good friend. He used to be an assistant district attorney that reported to me when he.
Oh, it's back, guys. Y'all remember that famous line? That was cute. That's a cute little question you asked.
He was a younger lawyer. I was his supervisor. If you know Attorney Bailey, he's a white male, probably around 40 years old now. And I just adore him and his family.
So you don't recall if you supported him for Attorney General?
I would support Mr. Bailey in anything he does. He has great integrity. Anything he wants to do, I'm here to support him.
So you did support him when he ran for Attorney General?
I'm
trying to get to the core of the question here. We know that Mr. Bailey there was a finding of conflict in this case, specifically relative to Mr. Bailey. I'm sure that part of that may have been to the campaign contributions that were made on behalf of the DA to Mr. Bailey, which is now on the screen. There was a fundraiser, I believe, that was the acute conflict that the judge recognized, and so that's what we're getting into. This is directly applicable to this case.
I don't find it relevant, but he's a friend, and I gave him some money when he was running. And I'm asking people to give Tanya Miller for Georgia some money so we can get a good attorney general in here.
Oh,
Not a corrupt one that puts false things on screens.
oh.
So Mr. Jones was a candidate for lieutenant governor. Is that correct?
It should be noted at the time of that ruling, which I still find to be ridiculous. Mr. Bailey was not running against Mr. Jones. He was running against Kwanzaa, and I can't remember his name. It was a Democratic race. But the ruling was found. I take exception with many of that judge's actions. But, I'll leave that for another day.
At the time of the fundraiser that you did, it was in a primary, and you knew that whoever
that's a great point. It was a primary. It was not a general. He was not running against Burt Jones. That was a fabrication of facts. He was running against Kwanzaa Hall. His name just came to me. You get older and you forget things, but he was running against Kwanzaa Hall, and I did a fundraiser for him. That is absolutely correct. And he need to give me some money back, $2,500.
Mr. Jones moved to have you disqualified from the investigation based on your fundraiser. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's something else that I'd like y'all to take up as a legislative body. I think that when judges rule on things that are directly in the favor of legislatures, we should have a bar of when they can be appointed to the next bench, because I'm watching a lot of judges in my career do things in an effort to kind of say, pick me, get promoted. And I think that it would be some good legislation of this body and of the legislature to say that if a judge directly rules on something in the favor of any legislature, it should bar them from being promoted. That'd be some legislation, since y'all want some help with legislation.
And Judge McBurney granted the motion to Mr. Jones to have you disqualified. Is that correct?
Correct. And then surprise, Scandalakis has dismissed the case.
We're going to get to Scandalakis in just a second, but Judge McBurney said that it was, quote, a plain and actual and untenable conflict. Is that correct?
He did.
Okay. He described it, I believe, in oral commentary, and stated that he regarded the optics were horrific, described it as a what were you thinking moment.
The left circuit described McBurney as unethical. We're going to talk about, people pontificating. Is that what we're doing here?
We're going through the fact pattern of this case. And then, as you referenced, Mr. Peter Scandalakis, as head of PAC, continued the investigation after you were disqualified. He concluded the investigation did not further warrant further action after interviewing Mr. Jones 4 times and reading your entire file, among other things. Did you give your entire file?
Mr. Scandalakis has never read our entire file. When he just dismissed his case, there's no way that he read the entire file. There's no way that he reviewed all the evidence. It's no way that he interviewed witnesses. But as Counselor set up, shitting and grinning in front of the media saying, oh, we know this case going to be dismissed. I bet you do.
Are you familiar with a company called Canal Media Partners?
It's my fundraiser. I think that's the name of my fundraisers. No. Canal Media Partners is who I pay to do filming or something. It's somebody I pay.
On the screen, we've got your 2024 summary from the State Ethics Commission page, and Canal Media Partners is listed as the second highest paid expenditure of your successful DA campaign.
They do great commercials. Use them.
To the tune of $527,000. It's my understanding from looking at their website that they do media buying, among other things.
That's why I won by 87%.
And there's a
Give me the
gentleman by the
loop.
name
Give
of
me the
Mr.
loop.
Chris Hutman, who
It's brilliant.
does work for you. So you're familiar with Mr. Hutman.
He is brilliant.
What does Mr. Hutman do?
He buys media space. And if you're an elected official listening, you might want to hire him because he is able to go and find you the best rate so that you can get the best media. So really the best bang for their buck. Don't mean this to be a commercial, but I mean, I did win by 87%. You might want to work with him.
Oh my God.
His LinkedIn shows present work with or employment at. It doesn't clarify either, but it shows that he's been at Canal, which we've talked about for the last 13 years, and at a company called 2020 Insight LLC for the last 15 years. Are you familiar with a company called 2020 Insight?
It sounds familiar, but no. I might have paid him. I just don't remember.
According to 2020 Insight's current website, it is a partnership between, well, they don't say partnership here, but this states under their Who Are We, it lists Mr. Jeff DeSantis and Chris Hutman, Mr. DeSantis being the same one that serves in your office, and Mr. Hutman being the gentleman that we just talked about that you referenced.
I don't know that he currently still works with him, but we could have got to that question 3 questions ago. I know at one point they worked with each other.
The website for saying that Mr. DeSantis is there is current, but it's your testimony today that you don't know whether he does work with 2020 Insight before.
I don't know that he actually continues to work with them, but I certainly know that in the past that he worked with him.
Is it your understanding that Mr. DeSantis and Mr. Hutman were business partners?
I really don't know what their professional relationship was, so I don't want to speculate. I will tell you this: the governor talked about old men having to go to the bathroom. 54-year-old women do as well, so we don't have to get me to a bathroom break. Thank you.
Oh my God, Chad. You can't make it up. You can't make it up. They're supposed to go to lunch at 12:30. It's 12:19. And she's just like, Roy needed a bathroom break. So do I. Okay. All right, Chad. So I know that there's a ton of super chats to read. And a lot of you guys are gifting memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. I'm going to give you a brief recap, but before I do, the 54-year-old bladder had to run. I try to remember to do this once a month, and I had forgotten last time. So as I see you guys gifting memberships, I have 10 as a content creator that I have every month that I can give to you guys. So I'm going to send 5 out right now. There's 5. And let me get rid of 5 more for my monthlies. So I make sure that I do that for y'all. My members definitely help out with a lot of the content that we make, a lot of as we pick different topics and things. So I want to make sure that we definitely gift our 10 every single month. So there we go. Those are being distributed. It is raining in the chat. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button. I'm going to come to some super chats, but let me give you a recap before we go to lunch. All right. So what is the purpose of this meeting? A lot of you guys have been asking about that. What is the purpose of this hearing? Because it's not like the hearings from 2024, right? Where we learned about Nathan Wade and Fani Willis. It's not in front of a judge. This is in front of the Georgia Senate Committee. The purpose of this meeting is for the committee to probe, ask questions so they can form legislation, laws in the future in Georgia to shape the way that prosecutorial conduct happens in the state, right? Now, they also are curious on how Fani runs the office and the financials in the office because they are creating laws around that. She is being very combative. I think chat is pretty much divided on that because you do have some pro-Fani people in here, and I am going to put up a poll to see how many. We have some pro-Fani people in here, and you also have some anti-Fani people in here. Now, she was involved in the election interference case. over the last few weeks, there's been some movement on that. Ultimately, she is no longer on the case. So we knew that. That was December of 2024. And then ultimately went up to the Supreme Court because she did not like the fact that she was taken off of the case, wanted the Supreme Court to reconsider. The Georgia Supreme Court, they said no, ultimately gave it to another prosecutory body, and that body decided that the case ultimately should be dropped. So that case is now dead. All right. So after that case died, you have this Senate committee that's just like, okay, well, she's been dodging subpoenas all year, and we want to talk to her. We want to ask her questions. Now, the big debate, especially in Georgia right now, is what is, for the purposes of this meeting, are we asking questions? Or because, the purpose should be to form law. So that's why you're getting some fire from Fani, because she's like, that's what the purpose of this meeting is. Now, Roy and Fani started saying at the start of the week that 3 of the people on this panel are running for office in the state of Georgia. And they had some fundraisers where they said, hey, we're going to go after Fani Willis. Those guys are Republicans. And she said that they were asking for minimum donations of $100. So she's fighting back here, it seems. Now, again, I do have a contact in the room. Roy was throwing folders because Fani had prepared some documents for the press, right? And I'm going to see if he can get some of those documents for us, possibly call in during the lunch break so we can get some more information. But wow, I mean, this is the first time she has spoken in front of a government body in, I would say, over a year.
I'm going to extend this to a 30-minute recess so that we can all grab lunch.
Okay.
30-minute recess. We'll grab lunch and be back.
All right. That is as of right now at 12:23. They're going to come back. He said 30 minutes. So right around 1 o'clock, we'll pick it up. But that's fine because we have a ton of super chats and I still need to catch y'all up on what's going on. So that is the big contention because largely this is a political thing. Now, if you're just joining in, let me share my notes from the entire morning so far. We're thinking that they are going to ask more questions about, Nathan Wade. We lightly touched on that this morning, but let me catch you up. So we started with understanding how much prosecutors are paid in her office. What is the salary range? The salary range generally is $80,000 to $270,000. Nathan Wade, as you guys know, was paid like something like $700,000 total. Right? So you have that. Next, you talk about the transition between when she took over from, her predecessor, Mr. Howard, right? Fani got rid of 50 to 60 people in the existing office, and she kept a few people. If y'all remember the whistleblower last year, shortly after the hearings, there was a young woman, Miss Timpson, and shout out to the Jay Witt podcast. I think he had done an excellent interview with her, and she even testified in front of this government body, basically saying that Fani's office would spend federal funds inappropriately, that they shouldn't have been spending money on things like, swag bags and things of the like, right? I don't know what's going on with Atlanta News First. Something is happening with their screen. Hopefully they're back soon. But yes, so Ashley had been kind of talking about the misuse of funds. Jim Jordan was also curious about that from a federal level because it's federal funds. So the government was really curious on how money had been spent in this office, especially when it comes to paying people, right? Now, a lot of this conversation was shifted because the person asking the question is actually filling in for Senator Cowsert, who had a medical procedure done last night or something along those lines. That's why he's not here to ask those questions. I do think it would be a little bit different if he was, but the gentleman that is the primary person asking questions is trying to stay calm and hold his own, right? You almost have to, because Fani is kind of unleashing some of her frustration with the things that have been happening and showing and sharing how, she's not holding back. She's just like, y'all are attacking me. This is political theater, right? The entire hearing has been political theater, no matter what side you're on, okay? So the conversation is kind of leaning more towards financials, which it should stay, but we still have a lot that we need to learn, right? He asked a lot of questions about the budget. What was the total budget for her office. She danced around it for a little bit, but the total budget at the time frame that he asked for was 40 million, right? How was that distributed? The other thing we get to is, does she control that budget? How is it audited? Does she sign off on anything? Does she approve anything? Things of the like. Lots of dancing around questions. We learned that Sharon Whitmore is the CFO of the office, and everything is primarily handled through her. Okay. Now, one interesting answer that she gave that I thought was pretty cool is, he's asking, and this is kind of like one of those funny things with Lil Woody, like, I don't recall. One of hers was, I'm unaware if the answer is yes, or if the answer is no. That's a different one. That's definitely different. So I jotted that down as well. She also talked about, when it comes to the financing, things are in different funds and they're paid out from different funds, right? So you have certain budgets. I think she said it was something like 7, 8, or 9 that the CFO would help manage and pay different things out of. And every fund has a different purpose, and it's funded from different sources in a different way, right? Now, Roy Barnes, the attorney that's sitting with her, originally was supposed to have Nathan Wade's position, but the budget that she had for Nathan Wade's position was $250 an hour. Nathan Wade had been under scrutiny because of block billing, and that's something that Ashley Merchant, through the deep digging that she did, conversations with Terrence Bradley, the open records requests that she had, that Dexter Bond apparently had been managing, she did some digging and found these invoices and found problems with these invoices, right? That's how we got into conversations with the January 6th committee, some of the team that worked for Fani that went up to DC to have discussions as they were billing and doing the investigation into the election interference case. All right, so we talked a little bit about that. The $250 an hour is important because Nathan Wade agreed to it, but apparently that was pretty low for former Governor Roy Barnes. Right? What can you do? Now, next question. How many total prosecutors worked on the election interference case in your office, Fani? The answer was 9. 6 of them were in-house and 3 of them were contracted. Who are the contracted ones? Nathan Wade, John Floyd, Anna Cross. John Floyd and Anna Cross were not paid $750,000 the same way that Nathan Wade was. They were paid significantly less, a lower amount. So then we started to focus on, well, why is that? Why did the one, the lead prosecutor or, the special district attorney get paid a little bit more than Floyd and Cross, right? Lots of deflecting around those questions, okay? So that's really where we started to see some derailment, because what we noticed with Fani is when she does answer questions, it comes with a lot of steering. So you could answer yes or no, but it's like, okay, yes, no, but instead I'm gonna tell you about this other unrelated thing, because she's steering the conversation somewhere else. So this morning was a little bit tough because they're trying to get answers to change legislation in the future, but what you're hearing is a lot of steering to unrelated topics. So if you're listening to it, it's like a giant tornado of information unless you know why the legislators are asking these questions and understanding the past history of this case. Focused a lot on invoice number 6, and that was a block billing that I was telling you guys about. There were several invoices that came out in the 2024 hearings that Ashley had found, where we discovered Nathan Wade's billing habits, right? Because we're looking at it like, okay, well, why was he paid so much? Why was he invoicing in the way that he was? Was he making mistakes when he did it? Things of the like. We also learned that while Nathan Wade was up in DC, he was hoping to meet with individuals from the first Trump administration, so not the current, the first, right? So that's what they were looking for. Kind of transition to a lot of tools that she uses. And I really think that there is a covert way to ask these questions, and that's why he's staying calm. He brought up a few tools and other vendors that she uses, one of which was critical mention. It's a news tool, right? So Fani's office does use critical mention. And around the time that she had issued the indictment after the 2 grand juries that thought that there was enough to indict individuals from the election interference case. Around that time, Fani Willis's name had been mentioned 6.3 million times as far as a value. So, I remember being down there around that time when, Trump had come down and he had to go to the jail and get the mugshot taken, right? He had to actually physically appear and get fingerprinted, all of that. We saw him driving down the highway, on 85, motorcade coming down, So if there's one thing that Fani Willis did do, I mean, she got that mugshot. And I'm not, it's not praise. It's not praise, but it's just, it's like, wow, interesting mugshots with that group. A lot of people smiling, like you guys know what mugshots I'm talking about. Okay, so we talked about critical mention, spent some time there. Sidebar with critical mention is how much was Fani actually spending on media? And that's where you got some of the snappy answers like, oh, you should use him too since you run in. But really the important answers were on that screen. Which was the actual dollar amounts. She kept saying she did not verbally. She kept saying, I don't know what the dollar amount is. I don't know how much we paid, but yeah, I pay people. That's what we do, right? How were they paid? Were they paid from the same bank account? All of those things. We kind of just chased the money and went down the paper trail, so to speak. So you heard more about that, right? So we talked about how she's spending money on media, how they're paid, things of the like. Now they also focused on side work. So do these other prosecutors, because they're paid very low, are they permitted to work on the side? She says, yes, but my investigators, I don't want them to be police officers or work in nightclubs, security, things of the like. So you spend some time there. Now we go into Charlie Bailey for Georgia, who is the head of the Democratic Party. There was a conflict finding with Fani a few years ago, and that had to do with campaign contributions to Bailey's campaign. At the time, I forget what he was running for, but that came up as well. Open records for transparency. So Fani does admit this. When she took over in office, she wanted transparency for the public. So open records became a thing. Now, what that means is that people are able to request files and things of the like. I think Danielle, I thought I saw Danielle in chat earlier last year when we were doing the YSL case. I think Danielle or somebody in chat had also contacted the office to see if we could get some open records. And Dexter Bond, who runs that department, started being very rigid, not answering and saying no. Same thing with Ashley Merchant. She had submitted several open records requests that landed in court. All of that stuff was, big shenanigans, but she does admit that she wanted to do it for open transparency, but it became an issue. The other interesting thing that came out in that portion of the testimony, or at least in the discussion, was that she passed a DOJ audit. Remember, it might have been announced about 2 months ago that the Department of Justice was now investigating her office to see how they're spending money as well. So apparently, and that's something that I didn't know. Some of you guys are in chat like, whoa, she passed the audit. So that means that the federal government had come in to look at how they're spending money. And it seems like that audit checked out, right? I would like to see the findings from it. A lot of people would, right? So that's one thing that I think is huge news as well. Where we left off before Fani had to take a potty break was Canal Media Partners. Now, this is funny, and shout out to Keita G. She had pointed it out. You should use them. Canal Media Partners, and this I thought was fascinating because Canal Media Partners are filmmakers, right? They did the videos for Fani's campaign last year, right? So they followed her around. She paid that. They did put the number on the screen. As a former, Fulton County resident myself, I was curious about how much was spent on preparing for her campaign because she's an incumbent. She's in office, right? She's in office running for another term. So how much taxpayer dollars was spent for your upcoming campaign, right? We just want to know, what are the numbers? Show us the money, right? So we want to see how much money was spent, okay? And then right around that time, we are breaking for lunch at 12:23. It's 12:36 right now. So they should be back in about 20 minutes. With all that being said, that is your update, halftime. All right, that's your halftime play on what we have covered so far. This hearing should go all the way through. Roy Barnes wanted to skip lunch. He said, I got time today. I'm just, I got time. we'll just wait, you know? So we're waiting for them to come back at about 12:53, and we'll go from there. I am interested on how you guys think that she is doing. So we're going to run a quick poll. How is Fani doing so far? And I'm going to keep it fair and balanced. Everybody will have an option. We'll do number one, she's doing good. I'll give you a median option. Need to see more. What do y'all think, court of public opinion? And then last option, this is terrible. All right, hold up. We got a poll up. All right, so the poll is officially up. I will let you guys start to get your votes in. Usually with these things, I will recap where we are with the poll, update you on the poll throughout the day, and then towards the end of the stream, I'll let you know where we landed with the poll. Somebody is asking what lip color this is, and since we are talking about really great entrepreneurs here, this is brought to you by Fenty Beauty. No, I'm just kidding. They are not a sponsor of this stream, but that is what I'm wearing. This is a set that I had just got from Fenty, so shout out to Rihanna. I guess the ASAP Rocky has been removed from the ASAP Rally upcoming trial in January, so that's actually why I got it for that trial, but turns out Rocky's not going to be involved. This is like, I think it's like the shiny stuff. I'm going to link it in the description for you. This is called Fenty Glow. So I'll include that during one of the breaks. And then the trace, the outline is traced out, the lip liner. And the color is called Extra Thigh. Woo, extra thighs. Where are y'all with the poll so far? And then we'll read some supers. They are due back in about 20 minutes. How is Fani doing so far? 220 votes, 2,000 people in the chat watching, so make sure you get a vote in. 13% of you say she's doing good. 16% of you are saying you still want to see more. 70% of y'all are like, this is terrible, AV. This is bad. It's really bad. So make sure you vote. I'm going to keep running that poll throughout the day. Let us come to the top of the house with some super chats as we wait for them to come back in a few minutes. Shout out to D with the 2 says, what Fani actually graced them with her presence. Yes. So there was another hearing last month. She hasn't been showing up. I thought, I was prepared to stream it with y'all all day. And turns out it actually wasn't her fault. It was Roy, because he has some medical things going on. So he had to change it. And even before that, I think there was another date in September. We've been waiting all year for this hearing to happen. There have been a bunch of dodging happening in the Supreme Court as well. So she showed up today. I was surprised. I was just like, I'm gonna schedule the stream and see what happens, like shot in the dark. But turns out it happens. So thank you so much, Dee, for starting us off in the morning with that super chat. Shanta, I did catch this one. Thank you so much, sis. She says, you don't need makeup, doll. You're a beauty without it. Happy holidays, sweetie. Happy holidays to all of you guys. I hope you're really spending some time with your family. And, now I do my makeup on streams, and it really is a running joke. We just finished the Julio Fulio trial, the Alicia Andrews case. And, she was a defendant in the courtroom, and legit one of her attorneys was like putting on makeup at like literally on camera. We all couldn't believe it. So now as a running joke, I do that. But yes, thank you so much, Shanta. Shout out to D, hit me with the 2, says, all hail the queen of Fulton County. And she's holding her own. Like, some of these remarks are hilarious. I think at one point she looked at Roy and was like, well, should I answer that? That's a dumbass question. She legit said that this morning. Like, you can't make it up. She is legit on fire this morning. So regardless of what you think of her, this is entertaining as hell. So thank you so much, D. Shout out to Marie, and all the truckers that are out here listening. I'm pretty sure that this is keeping your day entertained. Marie has been on the road, but she works overnights. She did send me a $10 Cash App as well. So thank you so much, Marie. She's like, all right, I got to tap out, but this is entertaining. She hits me with the 20, says, lock her ass up with the bed bugs. All right, we talked about Rice Street. Rice Street in Atlanta in Fulton County is one of the worst prisons. They actually did a full-blown study. I think the Department of Justice issued a report on the state of the Rice Street prison. Now, if you guys remember the YSL case, we had Woody. Lil Woody was on the stand, and he introduced a concept to us that many of you all might not have heard. I had the pleasure of hearing it while reading a document this past Friday on the Diddy case. That concept is called nut juice. Now, Max Shard had Woody on the stand, and he talked about the conditions of Rice Street. And one of the really gross parts of Rice Street is the showers. What is nut juice? Men would be in showers and they would masturbate, okay? And they would ejaculate, and it would sit in still water. And that substance was called nut juice, okay? Rice Street is so gross. One of the other things aside from nut juice that we learned about at Rice Street was bed bugs. There are lots of bed bugs. In fact, one inmate actually died because there was an infestation of bed bugs in the jail. So when Marie says, lock her ass up with the bed bugs, that is what she was talking about. All right, thank you so much, Marie with the 20, and I appreciate that. This is not my sound. I'm going to mute it. That is a hearing sound, so it's because I still have it playing. That's why you heard that. But I just went ahead and muted that so y'all could hear me a little bit more clearly until the session resumes. So we have a few minutes there, back in about 7 minutes. We're just going to keep reading super chats as we go. Shout out to Money Badger with the 5, says prime example of someone who has been told they're right their entire life, no matter how ignorant they sound. Not 1 ounce of professionalism. And that's the thing. I tend to fall on this side because there aren't, and as a person that went to law school myself, there aren't a lot of women of color that are attorneys in the country. Like if you look at the percentages, it's a very small amount. It's not the majority, right? So it's a profession. The legal profession takes a lot of time and effort to get into. And whenever we're here, a representation of high office is something that a lot of girls look up to. I'm not a fan of how she's answering these questions, and I'm not a fan of the attitude, to keep it 100 with you guys. I'm not a fan of it. I know she could do better, and I do think, that could be a good representation. But at the same time, you have some women in chat that are like, listen, I would have been talking the same way. But, this is also coming from a person that has been the talk of the news for like 2 or 3 months. Is it an excuse? Absolutely not. But in these hearings, it's being broadcasted by the world. I think another content creator had, last time I looked, 6,000 people watching in his chat. We're about the same amount in our group that Fox News has, right? So if you put those numbers together, there are thousands of people watching this. There's people watching this hearing at home, on their couch, on the news. So, you have to think about what that representation of professionalism looks like, right? So anywho, thank you so much, Money Badger. I really appreciate the super chat. Deanna hits me again with another 2, says, shout out to Nate Gigolo 750K. Wade. Yeah, listen, last I heard from him, he was still fighting his divorce. I wonder what the status is on that. But Joycelyn Wade, at the time that Fani and Nathan were together, I think he's still married. And Joycelyn Wade, poor Joycelyn Wade, is going through medical issues. I believe she had cancer or was going through cancer at the time. And, Fani and Nathan, even after last year's hearings, have been seen across the country. They're still hanging out. They're still spending time together. There have been many appearances. Nathan Wade also filed a lawsuit against AT&T in September. And what that lawsuit was pertaining to the hearings and how Ashley Merchant sent a subpoena to AT&T to get his phone records. And she received them. AT&T complied with the subpoena, handed it over. Ashley received them. So Nathan Wade was really upset about that because I guess he had a special plan called the First Something Plan. I forget what it's called, but he had a certain plan at AT&T that was specifically made for first responders, firefighters, things like that. They get a discounted rate like government officials, right? But apparently his argument is that there should be better or stringent or more tighter rules and regulations as far as how you can comply to a subpoena and how it like impacted his rights or something like that. AT&T responded. That was the last I heard of it. And they are hoping to dismiss the complaint. It is a federal case, so it's all paper, but we'll see what happens. I think right now there's another response due from him. So AT&T and Nathan Wade are going at it, but we'll see what happens there. Due back in about 5 minutes, guys. I'm gonna keep going down the super chat line. Marie hit me with another 10, says, that was cute. Yeah, that was Fani Willis last year with the backwards dress did say to Ashley Merchant when asking a question like, oh, I see what you're doing there. That was cute. A lot of that behavior is still being displayed today. At one point she did hold up a paper and said, this was a lie. These are lies, right? So really interesting stuff. But thank you so much, Marie. Shout out to 174 Mars. Thank you. With the 2 says she's trying to start her political career. Yeah, this hearing is crazy. She's telling people to, you should check out this other candidate. Like they're kind of going back and forth. It's a political circus in a way, right? It's like Dems versus Republicans, Republicans versus Dems. Who's running? Which one is better? All types of shenanigans. The hearing is for legislation. It shouldn't be a political circus, but she's the one that's bringing that up. The gentleman asking the questions is running for lieutenant governor, and he's not shying away from that, but he's not like getting into some of these jabs that she's getting into. And like I said, last year, McAfee had to respectfully ask her to chill out with some of these responses. There is nobody in this hearing that can check her in that way. Right? So she's like, who gonna check me, boo? Who gonna do it? Thank you, Mars. Shout out to Tess, been with me for 13 months as her ego. Well, it is on full display today, Tess. We are watching it. We are watching it in real time. Thank you, Tess. Shout out to Shanta with the 10 says, I guess they don't do contempt of court here. Damn. Yeah. Well, that's around the time that you guys are all leaving these super chats is, okay, it started off very fiery. It started off very hot. Even when she said, that's a dumbass question, that was a little bit out of line, but who's going to check her, boo? So it's crazy. But thank you so much, Shanta, for the other 10. Keita G pops in with another 20, says, bruh. Like, listen, I've never seen anything like this ever. And I don't know if we ever will again, but really interesting stuff. Thank you, Keita G. The little gaming channel pops in as well with the 50, says, is she an angry Black woman? I'm just asking. Well, I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't know what's happening. There's definitely some anger here. And as the hearing was happening, I did go to Ashley Merchant's Twitter feed. I'm going to text her later. I know that she's on the Megyn Kelly show right now and has started podcasting. I think they were going live at 12. So I'm not going to hit her up right now. But at least on her Twitter, she has 2 tweets. The first one says, this is embarrassing for the legal profession. The inability to answer a question is astounding, right? And she also came at Ashley in this hearing. She's just like, oh, y'all want to talk about Ashley? It got crazy. Next tweet from Ashley says, if nothing else, Fani Willis is consistent in her inconsistency and her anger. So the anger is something that people are looking at. I will also tell you that people are going in on Twitter right now. People are going really in on Twitter right now. But yes, so the anger is noticeable, and that came to mind. So thank you so much, Little Gaming Channel, for the super generous super chat. Shout out to Paul, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Paul. I did not catch who received it. If you guys are receiving memberships, say thank you to whoever gave it to you. Like we've got nanners over here. We try to be nice, collaborative, all of that good stuff. But thank you so much, Paul. They are due back in a few moments, guys. It is 12:50 Eastern Standard Time. We're going to keep going as we wait. Shout out to DW with the 5 says, I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. Famous line. One of my favorite legal movies. I appreciate it. Diamond, I did catch this earlier. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. She says, hey, AV, I'm tapped in. Happy holidays, everybody. AV, you are that girl, respectfully. Yes, if this is the same Diamond I'm aware of, Diamond sells makeup brushes. I wish I had her link. That's what, with the diamonds on them. She sent these to me. I wish I had your link to share it with some of the ladies in the chat. But if it's that same Diamond, thank you, Diamond. And if it's not, Thank you, Diamond, for this lovely holiday message. Shout out to I Am Shout. Been with me for 4 months. Thank you, Shout. Says 1.9K watching, but only 615 likes. Hit that like button. Yes, I did remind you guys. Sometimes you forget when we're watching these hearings, but we are doing wonderful on likes. I think we're at 1.4K. So I appreciate that. And thank you, I Am Shout, for the reminder. All right, looks like people are filing back in the courtroom. One of the investigators going up to the table. I don't know if we have any Nathan sightings. Still waiting to hear from my contact who's in the room right now to see if we can get our hands on some of those documents that Roy was tossing out on the table on the side there. Because if it's for the media, I would love to see it. So he is a member of the press. I don't know if he's in the overflow room or in this room, but we will absolutely share that if we get our hands on it, chat. Shout out to Money Badger with the 2, says, even little Woody thinks this lady is talking crazy. Is he? How is Woody doing? I haven't followed his stuff in a while. I know Woody unfortunately lost a baby recently, so that's really sad. And, you know, praise and blessings to him, and that's never easy. So I haven't been following his feed to see if he's following this, but thank you so much, Money Badger. Shout out to James across the pond with the 5, says Fani Willis fuels racism. She sees everything through a colored lens. Yeah, she did bring up a few points where she's just like, you know, I try to be diverse. You know, I'm diverse in how I hire. Even the 3 prosecutors that were contracted, everybody's in different skins. Did she say that? She's like, everybody's in different skins. I was like, oh, I thought she said Skims at first. I'm thinking Kim Kardashian because, you know, she has the Skims line, you know, like I'm thinking she was talking about Skims. So that was pretty funny. But thank you so much, James Jameson. Shout out to Civlap. Thank you, Civlap, with the 5, says Fani is not using the race card. She's using a race bat. And she's swinging for the bleachers. I mean, whew, the shenanigans. There she is. She's back in the room. The 54-year-old has had a potty break and has eaten. But thank you so much, Civlap. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Normal Mom with the 5, good to see you, says, I wish Turtle Boy was the one asking her questions. Could y'all imagine? Yeah, that would get ugly real quick. You know, I think that would. But thank you so much, Normal Mom, for the super chat. Lamar Williams, it has become a member. Welcome, Lamar. I think I've seen your name in chat before, so I know you're not new to the family. All right, it looks like we're waiting for a few more people to file back on in. Another question that I saw in chat earlier, you guys were asking if other members of the panel were going to be asking Fani questions for the remainder of the hearing. I don't think so. A majority of the Georgia Senate committee hearings that I've seen, only one person is kind of asking the questions unless they open it up to make it more balanced. I think I saw one once before. It might have been the Ashley hearing where that other Democratic senator, I forget his name, the bald head man, he's sitting on the right-hand side of your screen. They were able to ask a few questions. So there might be some, you never know what the afternoon holds. And it is almost 1 p.m. So if they go all day, we might see some questions. Right now, I'm unsure. And, you know, I'll ask the person that's in the room as well to see if the press has more details. But thank you, Lamar. Shout out to Fani Gorilla Grip Willis with the 5, says yes, and they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. So this is a parody account, and when we were covering the hearings last year, this parody account was super, super funny. It was hilarious. So it's good to see you, but thank you so much for the super chat. Lamar gifted 5 memberships after becoming a member himself. I did jot these down. The people that got them were Ant the Man, Rome, Marley, AR or AK, and Permastunts. So if y'all received memberships, I saw a lot of people thanking Lamar in the moment, but if you haven't had a chance, please thank Lamar. Not only became a member himself, but wanted to expand and build our community. I appreciate that because we got a lot of stuff going on, guys. You know, I covered the I'm a PhD trial.
I'm a PhD.
Remember that lady? Oh my God, crazy lover. Oh my goodness, like down in Tennessee. She's supposed to get sentenced today, but I think they rescheduled it. There's another woman. Oh my goodness, this 20-year-old in California left her babies in the car. right? And she left them in a hot car. Poor things, like one of them passed away. It was a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old. The 1-year-old passed away. You know what she was doing? She went into a med spa to get a BBL. So we watched that trial yesterday. Courtney Clenny has a hearing tomorrow, so I'm tuning in to that. I think that's the next big case we're working on. And then we are getting Y&W Melly popped out of nowhere, but there was a hearing on that this morning. I'll catch up later. But I'm going to do a trial rewatch for the holidays. So if you missed Y&W Melly's first case, I'm going to be covering that over the next few weeks before we get to January 21st. So lots going on. My members help me with all of these things. And then, of course, we were supposed to have a sentencing on the Julio Fulio, Alicia Andrews situation. Alicia was scheduled to be sentenced on December 8th. That got delayed because they did a last minute Hail Mary, and the Court of Appeals in Florida, it took the situation up. It's 30-day delay right now. I am talking to Julio Fulio's mom. She's still very interested in coming on the channel, so I will be bringing her on as well around sentencing time. So there's a lot going on, but my members help me create those questions, find different topics. If you do have any topics or cases that you would like us to cover, whether it's true crime or hearings like this, we have an e-form in the description box where you can let us know what's going on. It looks like they're coming back, so I'm just going to unmute it. All right. And then we'll keep reading super chats until then. But yes, they are due back any minute now, and then the hearing will continue. So people are filing in. But thank you, Lamar. Shout out to Fani Gorilla Grip Willis again with the 2. Says, give me back my 2,500. She did say that. She did say somebody owed her $2,500 or she wanted her money back. Like it's all over the place. So any minute now we'll get started. But thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Nomenclature. Gifted 5 memberships. I did catch you got those. OG Devious got one. Monique got one. Kathy got one. Xavier got one. And Gap Girl got one. If you receive a membership from Nomenclature, please tell them thank you. Appreciate you, Nomen. He's always here cutting up in chat. Appreciate that. Shout out to the Jay Witt podcast. Okay. Fellow law tuber in the space. Well, I don't know if it's law tube, politics. You do a lot, Jason. It's good to see you. If you guys don't follow the Jay Whitaker podcast, really entertaining stuff. I think he's been doing a lot on Candace Owens and following her thing. So if you are into politics, I would highly recommend that channel if you have not already. The brother is on his way to 100K, and your girl is too, trying to get there. I was hoping to do it this year, but it's probably looking like early next year. We're at 82K, so really working hard. I'm gonna mute it again because what seems to happen is it's conflicting with my own microphone. So until that gentleman gets back in the chair, I just don't want it to sound muffled. So I'll keep it muted for now until they resume. Shout out to me. I gifted y'all 5 memberships. I get 10 monthly as a content creator, and I distribute them as soon as I have an opportunity. So I gave out my 10, did not catch who received it, but just know that those have been distributed. Shout out to Buddy305 Love with the 5 says, why should anyone have respect for her office when she has no respect for this office? Yeah, she was saying that at some point. She was saying that you need to respect my office. And thank you guys for letting me know about the mic. It should be better now. And again, it's because their microphone is it's not muted, but there's some type of feedback that's happening that conflicts when I speak. So I have it muted until they resume. Okay. Thank you, buddy. Shout out to J1Z Experiment. Been with me for 9 months. Says, how is she a DA so unprofessional? So yeah, a lot of people are commenting on the professionalism. Let me just unmute real quick to see if they're starting. Nothing yet. Okay, thank you so much for being with me for 9 months. Appreciate your time as a member. Shout out to the Sean PM76, been a member for 6 months, says, straight trash, can't stand her. Sean's like, I can't do this. I can't do this. It's crazy. You know, Sean's got his opinion. Shout out to Fani Gorilla Grip Willis again with the 2, says, Canal Media Partners won by 20%, haters. Yeah, she's like, I won. My office has been successful. Let me unmute again.
Any questions from the minority party would go through the minority leader, or an individual designated by the minority leader. And Leader Jones is here. You've indicated you will be asking those questions on behalf of the minority party. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Leader Jones.
And that should be pretty brief. Hopefully we're near the end here. Madam.
Okay, this looks like the gentleman I told you about, the minority leader Jones, is going to be asking some questions.
DA. Nice seeing you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too. I do have one quick disagreement point with you. As a fellow person from the MEAC, we all know that South Carolina State University is actually the university.
There always has to be a number 2.
They did win the championship. Absolutely. I did have a question for you because I was wondering if I had the numbers correct. Did you say $80 million was spent by the AG's office in one period of year?
In 1 year,
counsel?
yes, sir. I have this exhibit. You are welcome to it. It runs, and it's 80 million just for the special prosecutors. In 2025, it was 75,744,000. In 2025 to date, so the year is not over, they have spent 80,056,000. What we did was collect the 13 top people that received money, MR, because we didn't think it was necessary for people to know who they were, but you can get this off the made 8,181,000. The 13th person on the list, so everybody else is in between, made 1,050,000. This is in one annual year.
And I thank you. And thanks for clearing that up. I did have a question also about the block billing, and I know that you didn't really look at the bills, but just kind of asking from a standpoint of just, I guess, experience. It could also be just as reasonable that whoever was actually looking at the bills could say, look, I don't need every phone call. I don't need every witness name that you talk to. Just give it to me in one kind of block, and we do it that way. And by the same token, someone else could say, no, I want every single thing. And you just have a difference about how the person can input it into their particular system. Is that accurate?
Ms. Whitmore, who is the CFO for the county, is a stickler. If she paid a bill, it was done to whatever the county rules are. But again, you're asking me to speculate.
Yeah.
I never saw the bills. I don't see the invoices. And that's a good point of clarification. Several documents have been put up this morning. I can't attest to the accuracy of any of them. In fact, it is clear that some of them have been augmented and they're not authenticated documents. So no document that's been shown here today has been authenticated. And it's clear that some of them have been altered. But whether they've been altered or haven't been altered, it was my first time seeing them.
In any event, however a person wants to get the billing or not, would you think that this is actually a good way for us to come up with a recommendation on how local DAs or solicitors should actually try to do their billing for outside counsel, that the Georgia General Assembly should decide this is how we should do our billing process?
What I think is that the voters should elect ethical district attorneys, and that those district attorneys should do the things that are needed to make their communities safer. And that I always like the idea of, for me, I don't think it's necessary for every DA, but I liked that the county looked at our documents. I didn't have to do that. But I knew I was a Black DA. I knew I was the first woman DA. And so I took extra precautions because I understand what that means.
Absolutely. And you also want, I think, kind of clarify on this White House trip where you're saying you were actually on the lawn. I didn't know if you want to.
I was not at the White House.
Right.
And so that has been a lie that has been purported by members of this committee. What happened is, I know we don't like to talk about Black history, right? We want to get rid of Black history museums. We want to get rid of, and I want to say this, we want to get rid of free admissions to parks on June 10th and on Martin Luther King's birthday. But I'll let you know something. I appreciate our president because he made free admissions to parks on my birthday. So I do appreciate that. Hopefully King Petty don't get rid of that day. But right now you can get into a federal park on my birthday for free. Now, with that being said, that was a party celebrating Black History Month. And I was so excited to get the invitation. And leaders from all across the country literally came to not the White House, because I never went to the White House on that trip. And I think I was there like 24 hours. It was at the vice president's house, but not actually at her house. It was in a tent on the lawn. Quite frankly, while we were there, I never got a chance even to meet the vice president, which was disappointing. I thought, you have all these people from all over the country there. You would like kind of do a assembly line and sign and, everybody take a picture, but that did not even occur. She did come on the stage at one point with her Secret Service all around her. I don't know what was going on, but Secret Service was all around her. But it was still a very valuable trip because I got to meet leaders from all over the country that were trying to service their communities. And so I was honored that I was thought to be a leader worthy of having an invitation to that event.
Thank you. And there was also a question about whether Judge Wade had met with somebody from the January 6th committee and things of that nature. But let me ask you this, whether that took place or not, and there's a question about that, but whether that took place or not, would that have any relevance to the co-conspirators in this case who are going around from state to different states, making that stuff about the 2020 election and actually trying to do the things that they were trying to do in this case?
We based our case on what we investigated. And as someone from the South and as a Black woman, I've taken a lot of offense to this because there's been this indication that I'm not smart enough or people from the South aren't smart enough to be able to do this type of complex investigation. We did it. It was my team who did it. We did it all. And Dolezal, I hope that I pronounced your name right because I want Senator Dolezal, asked about ethics. I think he should know if we want a full picture of ethics that Judge McBurney, who he just mentioned, one of the fake electors threw him a fundraiser. So while we having facts, I want to make sure we get all the facts out here.
And when we're talking about also with Judge Wade and billing and things of that nature, did that cause at all? I think the record would show that the vice president's personal attorney, based on what these conspirators actually were doing, actually called a former federal judge and said, you need to send out a tweet to say that Vice President Pence must actually certify this election because he was so concerned that there might be denied certification coming January 6th. Anything about this billing have any impact on any of that kind of thing taking place at all?
Nothing about this billing can bring back the 5 lives that were lost on January 6th, to include, I understand that 4 were people that were in the mob, but they didn't deserve to lose their lives. 1 is very personal to me because it was a police officer just trying to serve. And here goes another example of a good American, and this is not about parties as you all have tried to make it. They tried to kill our Vice President Pence. Now, I probably have never agreed politically with anything Pence said, but what I do know is he has a right to do his job and to be free from harm. And we're trying to, we say we're not for violent crime, but we sure like violent criminals if it's helping our cause.
And we also talked about, what is it called? Critical measures? Critical mentions. So even discussing that, would critical mentions actually have anything to do with the fact that just yesterday, as a matter of fact, 2 former co-conspirators, because the case has been dismissed, I think Mr. Roman and Mr. Cheeseborough, just yesterday in Wisconsin, was held to answer charges, 4 felony charges for actually creating a fake elector program that was similar to what was prosecuted right.
Here comes another binder.
That they're going to be felony charges facing those. And there were 2 conspirators in this particular case that had the same kind of scheme. Anything about his billing or anything about critical mentions have anything to do with the fact that 2 persons that were indicted in your case, right now, just yesterday, a judge in Wisconsin said, you're going to face charges, 11 charges, based on similar scheme that took place in Georgia.
No, and it should be noted that Roman was indicted in 3 separate states and that many of the co-defendants were indicted in separate states because, and let's be clear, so the record is clear. In my indictment in Arizona, they indicted John Eastman, Gina Ellis, Ruben Giuliani, Mark Meadows, and Mike Roman. Mike Roman was represented by Merchant, who came here and testified. In Wisconsin, they also indicted Cheeseborough and Roman. And so, we could go on and on about, in the federal case had only 1 defendant, Donald Trump, but he was also indicted in my case. So these defendants committed crimes in our state and other states, and there's all this talk about political enemies. Not one of these defendants do I consider to be my political enemy. I'm sorry that they think of me as an enemy. I guess they don't know that their job is to serve me, to work for me, to make life better for me and my family, but they are not my political enemy. And I actually pray for them because I see issues.
And also within Wisconsin, the quote unquote fake electors there actually got sued. And the discovery in that case was over 577 pages. Now, you didn't get to the discovery process in your particular case, but I'm just curious because we were talking about Mr. Scandalakis and his maybe how deep he had gotten to your case. How voluminous was your case at the time it stopped?
Huge, much of this room it could fill up, if not all of this room. It was huge. It was lots of witnesses that had to do a lot of work was put into this, because I always want to make sure that I am a fair DA, and that's why you see a grand jury recommending 39 people based on their conduct being indicted, and me cutting it down to 19, because I'm only going to put forth those with the worst evidence, who did the worst things. But I'm also a fighter for victims, and I was fighting for the victims in this case. And the fact that, to some prosecutors, Ruby Freeman and her daughter have no value. She has value to me, and she should have value to other Americans, because what happened to her is horrible. And for someone to say they couldn't prosecute a defendant who came in a room and lied for the grand jury, I mean, a baby prosecutor could have prosecuted it, but, that's neither here nor there.
And lastly, where we're talking about billing being correct or things of that nature, or critical mentions, does any of that change the impact, I think, what these co-conspirators were doing based on the indictment, that the ultimate goal was to overthrow the 2020 election?
That was the ultimate goal. And we've had people that are supposed to be leaders that, instead of being leaders, are just cowering down. This country needs leaders, not cowards.
I don't have anything else, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Leader Jones. I've got a few more questions here. Some of this, Madam DA, will be a little bit more.
So I want you to pay attention to this, because that was the Democratic minority leader. Now we're going back to the senator that is leading the conversation. I guarantee you that there is going to be a difference in how she answers their questions. That last round just seemed like things that needed to be cleaned up from someone from her own party, because there was a lot of things that didn't make sense. We'll talk about it on the break or towards the end, but I'm taking notes. I'm just letting you know right now, we are definitely going to see a difference in questions.
I guess, philosophical manner, I want to get your take on some of the testimony that we've had prior to your arrival around some of the state laws. You've shared some of your thoughts already on some of those things. But one thing that we've talked a lot about in the committee is the use of special purpose grand juries. Can you, for the benefit of those watching, outline the difference between a grand jury and a special purpose grand jury?
A special purpose grand jury is for the purpose of investigating. They are not legally allowed to put forth an indictment. And so that is what a special purpose grand jury is for.
So, and you referenced this earlier, the process of going to two grand juries. In your case, with the use of the special purpose grand jury, you went from that special purpose, which was used for investigatory means that you mentioned, and ended up ultimately with a grand jury. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. It's been described to me that a grand jury exists to essentially put a check on prosecutorial power, to require the prosecutor to have to prove some element of grounds to bring an indictment. Would you agree with that statement?
It's one way to phrase it.
How would you phrase it?
That a grand jury is made up of citizens, that the citizens are brought there. I'm the only DA in the state. I do grand jury 4 days a week. So I have an A grand jury. It runs on Monday and Tuesday. And I have a B grand jury. It runs on Thursday and Friday. And we bring forth cases to the grand jury, where usually law enforcement, but sometimes lay witnesses testify. If the grand jury finds that there is adequate evidence, they will put forth an indictment. It should be known by the general public that not all felonies require an indictment. Some of your lower level felonies you can do by accusation, just like you could do a misdemeanor. But for any serious felony, you need to go to the grand jury.
You may have touched on this, and I'm just going to ask you to, in the context of this conversation, outline it again, if you don't mind. What was the reason for the use of a special purpose grand jury in this election case?
To investigate, to make sure. I took this matter very seriously. I was not just going to charge people with a crime before I found evidence. And sadly, a lot of people in government, the governor, and other officials refused to testify unless they had a subpoena. Well, I can't get a subpoena unless I have a special purpose grand jury. And so we served them with subpoenas, and they honored their subpoenas and they came forward.
So with the grand jury for out-of-state witnesses, there's no way to get, for a regular grand jury, to get a subpoena?
For a regular grand jury, but by the time you're before a regular grand jury, you're indicting. And I didn't go into this case knowing that there would even be an indictment brought forth.
Tell me about a material witness warrant, what the process is to get one, and when one would be used.
When someone won't cooperate, you have to go get one.
Do you have to get one for all out-of-state witnesses unless you're using a grand jury? I'm sorry, a special purpose grand jury?
You can get a material witness warrant for a witness in a trial. We have had to get material witness warrants for someone in a trial. So I don't know that I understand your question, but basically when someone will not cooperate, it requires you to go get a warrant. Typically you have to send someone to that state. They have to testify as to why this person is material. Then the judge there makes a determination. Yes, they are material. They sign the warrant, they come down. That's very brief, but that gives you kind of the gist of what a material witness warrant has been used. I've used them many times in my career.
My understanding is essentially you need two judges. What sounds like one's the out-of-state judge, one would be a Georgia judge to compel that testimony. Is that accurate?
Because they have to make a determination that it's actually material.
And with a special purpose grand jury, you have the ability to send essentially a letter and a warrant to whoever you wish and compel them to testify without the process of going through the material witness warrant. Is that accurate?
Yeah, again, we're getting into the weeds. We needed a special purpose grand jury because I need to be able to issue subpoenas. So you can issue subpoenas from the grand jury to bring the people there to testify. And so if you're asking that we do that process, you know, we fought in every court in this land. Lindsey Graham took us all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, who unanimously, I believe, I think it was unanimously voted that he would have to come and to appear.
We are getting in the weeds, just indulge us because we do need to, the law needs to be specific. And not sure if you watched the testimony. We had a couple of DAs that testified, one of whom, and I apologize, I don't recall the gentleman's name. He essentially, I'm going to paraphrase here, said that he believed that, or I think he stated that it would be fine with him if we struck the entire code section as it related to special purpose grand juries, because in his opinion, that kind of blurred the line between investigator and prosecutor and put you in the position of kind of being the investigator and the trier of fact. I don't know if you've heard about this testimony or not.
I haven't heard this testimony, but what I do know is Coca-Cola and the girl that sells lemonade, they both sell liquids, but it ain't the same work. And so you brought people from jurisdictions that do not do the complexity of cases that I do. Now, all work is honorable work, so hear that. And prosecutors everywhere are trying their best to uphold the law. But to get somebody from a jurisdiction where they got 15 lawyers and, you know, they bring a grand jury once every 6 months, and to ask them to discuss my work where I'm running grand jury 4 times a year and 12,000 new felony case, 4 times a week, and, you know, 12,000 felonies a year and the most complex cases, you know, that this state sees. I don't think you were talking to people that you should have been. So I disagree with him, and I don't even think he has the ability to comment on the work of the Fulton County DA.
Well,
and I noticed that you didn't bring any diversity here when you brought witnesses. You brought all Republican, Caucasian people to come and to tell you about my work. I don't need daddy to tell me how to do my work. I know how to do my work.
Yeah, I don't recall any of the DAs that came commenting on your case at all or your work at all. It was more so trying to get a broad swath of the state somewhere from.
But it would be like me telling you how to run a DA's office in a rural community. I don't know.
Well, the challenge for us, Madam DA, is we have to write laws that do give respect and deference to the reality that there are larger jurisdictions like yours and there are smaller ones, and there are a lot of DAs around the state that have to follow the same.
Well, that brings us to another law. When you all are trying to decide the salaries of district attorneys, you surely should not compare those that have my volume of work to those that have smaller jurisdictions of work. Now, I know it brings ire to some, that is the Democratic DAs that keep most of this state safe, but the reality is they run the largest jurisdictions. They happen to, in most cases, be minority, and they deserve to make more money.
Governor, I think we'll defer to you, not because you were a governor, but because you started your illustrious career in the Georgia State Senate. So, Well, your first elected role was in this chamber.
When a grand jury, and there are lawyers everywhere that do not understand this. When a grand jury, you present a bill of indictment or a special presentment, you can do it either way, to a grand jury, then there has to be laid before the grand jury a specific bill of indictment alleging facts, circumstances, and the defendants. And you just can't use a regular grand jury to say, well, we need to investigate this. The law goes back to the common law. It has to be an indictment, perfect in form, laid before the grand jury, charging a specific person with a specific crime. So there is no way for a regular grand jury to investigate unless they are given some civil investigation powers, for example, the jail, things like that. But in a criminal case, the case has to be made on that bill of indictment. So in a investigative grand jury, and they're rarely used, but investigative grand jury says something went wrong here. And I don't know exactly who should be indicted, and I don't know exactly what they should be indicted for, but it deserves investigation. And where a grand jury may be drawn and is set in statute, an investigative grand jury requires the additional step so that it won't be misused, that the additional step that in fact it must be approved by not only the district attorney, but the chief judge. Not that I'm trying to instruct you on the law, but
Remind me, Madam DA, how many times in your career as a DA of Fulton County have you employed a special purpose grand jury?
Once.
Okay. Chairman Calzert, who obviously I've said before can't be here today, he has contemplated this concept of a statewide grand jury. And one of the things that he and I talked about was just getting your thoughts on whether it's appropriate for the Fulton County DA and Fulton County grand jurors to have sole authority and responsibility, essentially for prosecuting all state level officials, simply because the capital is here in Atlanta, or what your thoughts might be on with that resting with the attorney general and a local municipality. In this case, that would be, or a local jurisdiction, which would be your office.
And that's the real issue. And I know that it bothers you all that the district attorney in Fulton County is me. But I think you absolutely need, when laws are broken in someone's jurisdiction, they should have the ability to prosecute them. There is no need to do that in that way. And the reality is, I prosecute more cases than the attorney general. We are equipped to do it. We are doing it. I think that what has happened is the complexion of the DAs have changed. And so now there's all this concern. Now we need a QAnon committee, the oversight committee y'all have come up with. Now we need a statewide grand jury and we need to take rights away. No, it's just fine how it's always been.
I think what he's contemplating, at least as he kind of jotted some thoughts out to me, would be concurrent jurisdiction, where you would still have autonomy, but the attorney general would also have the ability to prosecute cases. You would be opposed to.
They already have that ability.
Okay.
They have that ability. So then they have the ability.
That may be the distinction that he was getting to. I just want to get on the record because he couldn't be here today, and that is something that he asked about. We heard from, and I'm just going to summarize this because I know we are getting short on time. I do want to talk about federal grants because it was discussed in this committee.
Did you hear me say I just passed another audit?
I did hear you say that, I believe. That asked and answered, I believe, as y'all would say. And I don't think you gave us this number, but what's a ballpark number of federal grants in an average year of what y'all receive? Is it hundreds of thousands? Is it a couple $1 million? Is it?
I don't know an exact answer. I can tell you we do excellent work with our grants, and because of the current administration, not just in my office, but all over the country, people are losing valuable grant money to do the work of the people. And that is going to require some work of the legislature because the state's going to have to kick in more. This year alone, I lost 14 employees as of September 30th because not as many grants are being given. Grant work, just does excellent things for community. And the grants, so that we're clear, they're actually not the Fulton County District Attorney's grants. They're not the Atlanta Judicial Circuit's grants. They are the grants of the county. So they are not my grants. So that's a misnomer slang.
Prosecutors, or were they admin? What do they do?
A combination of everything. Some lawyers, some investigators, some staff.
Okay. I want to
And those weren't all federal grants.
I want to move quickly through, and I don't want to belabor this, but there was a letter that I want to ask you about that came from Senator Grassley relative to grants. And then we heard testimony from someone who I believe used to work in your office, is no longer employed, named Amanda Timpson.
Yeah, all of her, 5 of her cases have been dismissed now. So I think that you should know that on summary judgment, because she gave this committee information that was incorrect and her cases have been dismissed. You're not soothsayers. You wouldn't know that as you went into the future, but facts were provided to you that were inaccurate, not true. And those cases were dismissed. And it's about 5 cases, some dismissed by her counsel. One was just dismissed on summary judgment. I've not misused grant funds. You were given false information. That's not the only witness that gave you false information, but that one certainly did.
Okay. And I'm going to kind of cross-reference a couple of things that was the testimony from Ms. Timpson. I also reference a couple of things in the letter. The letter specifically notes that your office received $500,000 in 2020 to open a youth empowerment and gang prevention center.
You know, I wasn't the DA in 2020.
Correct. I'm just going to ask you if the money for the grant has been used for that purpose, to your knowledge.
I wasn't the DA in 2020. I can't speculate.
After receiving Mr. Grassley's letter, did you have the opportunity to look into the use of that $500,000?
I don't believe I did. I don't think I responded to Mr. Grassley.
Okay. The letter highlights a report that roughly $89,000 of those funds have been diverted to what is known as the Offender Alumni Association. Is that report accurate to your knowledge?
I don't have any knowledge, and I'm not going to speculate.
Okay. When Ms. Timpson was here, she previously testified that she discovered that the office was using these grants and expenses that were not eligible for the grant. Specifically, she mentioned swag, computers, and travel.
And didn't know what she was talking about, which is why her cases were dismissed.
So is it your testimony that the funds were not used for swag, travel, or computers?
Let me speak specifically to the one that I know about.
Okay.
I bought a computer for a grant employee. I did not use grant funds to buy it. I can, which I do with all my grants. It's never enough. So you always do things to support the people working on the grants. But what I can tell you is her cases were dismissed because they had no merit. One was just dismissed on summary judgment.
She testified that she had brought this to your attention in late 2021. Do you recall that conversation?
I do not recall it. What I recall is Ms. Timpson being a troubled employee that did not do well at the office, that I moved her. I remember she was one of those people I interviewed. I remember feeling terribly sorry for her because she's got a tragic story. So I was proud of that she had kind of lifted herself up by her bootstraps, but she ended up being an employee that was a holdover employee and not very good at her job. We tried to work with her. Ultimately, she put some of my employees in fear and she was let go. And that's what I recall.
And she was let go in January 2022.
I don't remember. I've had up to 400 employees before the ARPA money was employed. I literally have no idea. She obviously was not a lawyer or an investigator, and that is the tiers of my office, a lower level employee. I don't remember.
Okay. Going back to Grassley's letter.
I told you I didn't respond to Grassley's letter. I don't remember it. It doesn't stand out to me. It wasn't important to me.
I'll just highlight for you one thing he said, just allow you to clarify if it's accurate or not. He cites a report in the letter that says that in 2023, 98% of these federal grant funds were spent on travel and conferences.
I don't know if that's true or not. I doubt it's true, but if it was spent on travel and conferences, it would have been allowances of the grant. But that sounds inaccurate to me. But again, we're speculating.
Okay. Chairman Grassley asked you for a series of documents, and based on what you just said, I think I know the answer to this question, but I just want to clarify. He asked for a list of all federal grants received by the office since 2019. Complete accounting of all expenditures of grant funds, reports related to planned expenditures of those funds. Have you complied with Mr. Grassley's request?
I believe Mr. Grassley was ignored.
Okay. Would you be willing to provide those documents to this committee?
I think you've been provided documents. What did happen was I provided documents to Jim Jordan.
Do you know if federal grant uses and sources and details that was requested by Mr. Grassley would have been captured in what you provided to Mr. Jordan?
Have no idea. This is a large office. It's not a rural office. I have a grant team.
So if we request these documents, you'd be willing to provide them to the committee?
Whatever's been provided is what I was willing to provide.
Okay.
We'll consider. But I think it is included because I went to Washington on Jim Jordan.
Can you say that one more time?
I went to Washington on Jim Jordan twice. And not only did they have all the documents, they sent another team of auditors down and they said everything's correct.
I just passed a federal DOJ audit this week.
The Fulton County Ethics Code was amended in April of 24 to clarify that it includes elected officials. Is that your understanding?
I have no idea what Fulton County did.
That wouldn't apply to her.
Yeah, I'm not a county elected official. I'm a state.
She's a state elected.
Right.
not a county.
Okay, so your position would be that the county ethics code, anti-nepotism code that they updated to include elected officials, when they expanded that scope, that would not include you. That would be your
There's
position.
county electeds and there's a state elected. I am a state elected.
Okay.
I represent the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Does PAC have any sort of model language around either internal ethics codes for your office to use or any sort of anti-nepotism
You have to ask Pat.
language? Are you aware of
I'm not.
anything that PAC has provided? Can you provide the committee with any sort of internal ethics guidelines that you have, as well as any sort of anti-nepotism policy that your office has in writing?
That's the thing that we'll consider and decide whether it's relevant to the inquiry or whether it's privileged or whether you've already received.
Okay. Does an internal ethics policy exist in writing?
You know, you mentioned companies, and you know, it's interesting because I also saw where you posted where it's always Fulton County. But the truth is, you have a company that you've listed on your disclosures for finances, and that company stole millions of dollars from Fulton. If you want to look at ethics, you might want to look at that.
Does your office have
And
any
it's
sort
the
of
company's name is
internal
Teletrax, in case
ethics?
anyone thinks I'm making this up. And people died because that company did not provide the services that they purported to provide.
Does your office have an internal ethics policy that's in writing?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. I want to lastly just ask a couple of questions about the Open Records Act.
Let me tell you something. I have a 92% conviction rate and a 92% clearance rate with open records from January of 24 till November 30th of 2025. I've gotten over 1,600 open records requests. This ain't a rural town.
Say that number again. I'm sorry.
Over 1,600. And we have cleared 92%. Now, it should be noted that in 24, people were abusing the open records thing. Ms. Merchant, as you mentioned, over 30 requests for open records. Lots of people were abusing it. And it troubles me that in 25, I have to now start charging people for open records because I realize people will abuse it. But 92% of the open records requested, we have cleared.
Can you define cleared? What do you mean when we say cleared?
They've asked for documents and we've given them to them.
Okay. And you mentioned you're now having to charge an hourly rate. There were no hourly rates. that
Not
were
from
being charged
January
before.
1st of 2021. That was a novel idea. A young, naive, new district attorney did. I thought that I could provide documents, or I wanted to have transparency. I wanted to be able to communicate with the public, and I wanted indigent people as well as rich people to be able, if they had something, to give it to them. What I didn't know is that there were a lot of evil people that would abuse that to make up lies.
Can you clarify for me? You said you started charging just earlier this year.
January of 2025.
Okay.
But I don't take in those funds. I have Ms. Whitmore do that.
Just prior to your getting sworn in, did your office charge for open records requests?
I believe the prior DA did charge for open records, but you know, when you become the new DA, you have new ideas. One of my new ideas was I wanted to offer this level of transparency to my constituents. was
Okay.
abused by people all over the country.
You referenced certain individuals abusing the process. When
Absolutely.
you said 30, just to take the example of Ms. Merchant, just since she has been before the committee, you said she filed 30 open records requests. In what
More
period?
than 30. It was 30 it was a little bit in excess of 30. Yes, I did say that.
Over what period of time?
I don't remember.
Generally speaking, in kind of the scope of the
I don't remember, so
case
I'm
of
not
the
going to
elected.
speculate.
Okay. What, in your opinion, what
I know
should
she also came in here and testified that I diverted money from my homicide backlog. I cleared my homicide backlog, all of it. Didn't divert any money. People came in here and lied to you. You should be upset about that.
in the as you think through the law, the open records law currently is unlimited, right? Somebody can.
I think if you
can-
want a new open records law, you should make the legislature have to answer open records. That would be my recommendation for a new law.
I would vote for that as well. But let me just get I just want to get your opinion on the scope and how you would limit that, how you determine abuse versus non-abuse.
How I would limit open records? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, if you were to take an extreme case, right? If you say 30, I think
I don't think that district attorneys should actually be subject to the open records, but if they are subject to the open records, obviously attorney work product should not be subject to it. Only cases that are, completely closed, and I mean closed past the habeas, you should have to give.
Help me understand why you don't think it should be subject to open records. I would agree with you that the General Assembly should be.
Judges are not subject to open records.
Do you think they should be?
Did I think judges should be subject to it? Not their work product, because judges also have work product. But I think they should be akin to DAs.
And do you think DA should be akin to the legislature? Or you think that the legislature should be akin to a county commissioner?
I don't know that I understand your question, but I think that you should be subject to open records. I think that you're making laws that are supposed to be in the benefit of the community, as opposed to this day where we're wasting a lot of time, where me and my staff could be keeping the community safe, but I'm here to do this song and dance with you. The reality is I brought forth an indictment because people came in my county, they committed a crime, and they got charged. They didn't get charged because of their race. They didn't get charged because of their political party. They got charged because they came in my community and committed a crime, and 2 grand juries passed forth an indictment. And this is what you should know. I don't care how many times they threaten me. I don't care that they've threatened my family. Actually, just yesterday, I went home and the Department of Justice sent me a letter about another person that they are prosecuting, and that I can come in January because this person swatted my home as well as the home of other public officials. This has to stop. What you all need to do is to pass laws to allow people to do their jobs, to do them safely. What happened to Marjorie Taylor Greene is horrible. That she had to quit her job because they were bomb threats to her house and threatening her children. But she didn't care when it was me. She didn't care when my children were threatened. She didn't care that I haven't had the ability to live in my house. But I'm a better human being than that. I don't want any of your lives threatened. I may not care for you personally. I may not believe in your politics. I may think that today is nothing but more than evil and you trying to get yourself elected. All of that being said, I don't think anyone should threaten you and your family. And I think if you're here to protect, you ought to establish laws that if someone uses hate speech and that creates an environment where people like myself are threatened doing their job, we ought to do something about it in Georgia.
Just a couple more quick questions on the open records law and your thoughts on it. And it doesn't, and I think it is a challenge to get to this concept of what is abuse and what is not abuse. As it relates to Ms. Merchant, though, the court seemed to indicate that
The court indicated that a CFO would not be in the weeds, as I was not. And we gave Ms. Merchant many, many documents, and she abused it. So if you look at what they said, the court said that the CFO, which is what I am of the district attorney's office, I wouldn't be involved in the weeds. What I know is that when you have 1,600 people requesting, we do the very best we can. What's a shame is because we had people abusive, I now have 3 attorneys working on open records, 2 master level peoples and an employees. None of those people are doing the work that I care about. What I care about is getting gangsters off my street. What I care about is getting people that sexually assault children. I don't hang out with human traffickers or the victims. I care about representing people that are trafficked. Like, we've got problems here in Georgia. They're real problems. This is a major metropolitan city, and I'm standing on the line here trying to keep people safe, and y'all have me in here with this foolishness. I indicted them. I'm indicting them again if they committed a crime in my jurisdiction. I don't care if you like it. It's not 1948. No, let me get to this. It's not 1948. I know that you're offended that it.
I didn't. So here's the question.
They cut her shit again. They cut her shit again.
What I was asking was, and I think I didn't get there.
They cut her shit again.
The court essentially
back.
found that Miss Merchant was.
I know that you're offended that it.
I didn't. So here's the question. What I was asking was, and I think I didn't get there. The court essentially found that Miss Merchant was treated differently than other people making open records requests. You're correct. It did find that you were not in the weeds on dealing with that. What I'm curious about in response to the court case, have there been any internal changes with how you handle?
I now have 3 lawyers on open records, 2 master level people, and an assistant. That was the change.
Okay, so
I had to waste more resources to not do the main thing. So you want something else? Give the district attorney in Fulton County more lawyers so that she can do our job, because what happens in Fulton is going to impact the entire community. Gangbangers don't stay just in Fulton. They go to the Cab, they go to Coweta, they go to Douglas. And I'm here on the front line keeping people safe. And you talk about critical mention. It wasn't just about this case. I prosecute a lot of high profile cases.
Walk me through the change real quick. What did you have before in terms of staff, and what do you have today?
When I started, I had one.
Well, I say before, let's call it 2024 versus 2025.
I've increased staff. I now have 2 special assistant attorney generals that work on it. I have two special assistant prosecutors that work part-time on it. I have right now 2 lawyers that work on it full-time. I'm bringing a 3rd one in. I have 2 master level people that work on it. When I first got there was 1 lady with a master's degree. We've had to expand and expand and expand for this foolishness. And what I'm supposed to be doing, and my main emphasis, what I focus my day-to-day on, is making sure I lock up murderers, making sure I lock up sexual offenders, making sure I lock folks up that are dangerous. And I also spend my time on making sure we have programs for people so we can turn their lives around. Which is why I got a 92% conviction rate. I must be doing something right.
Leader Jones, I've asked a couple of questions since you've had the opportunity to ask. I want to defer to see if you got any questions you'd like to ask before we wrap up here. Let me turn your mic on.
One final one, you kind of touched on it, and that was, at the end of the day, this case here, this conspiracy case that took place, why did you bring this case?
Because folks came in my jurisdiction and broke the law. And as elected officials, there are things that are precious and that are our responsibility. One, in a free society, is keeping people safe, right? And I stand on the line keeping people safe every single day. I have dedicated my entire career to making sure that people are safe and that they feel valued. Children feel valued, no matter who you are. See, I'm not like these people. I believe in diversity. I've sat on my floor and cried with little white children, Black children, Spanish children, and I fight with my last breath to keep those people safe. But I have also prosecuted Black people, white people, Asian people. It doesn't matter to me. It seems to matter to some. So I brought this case because they came in this jurisdiction and broke the law. And they didn't only break the law here, they broke it other places, because the other thing that we have to do as a free society is we have to protect elections. It is important. If the people of this jurisdiction, the 19th, voted Senator Blake Tillery to be that senator, then I have to work to make sure that he is instilled into office. If someone does something, goes into a voting booth like they did in Coffee County, they do that. If they threaten workers, these little old people that work the polls, how dare somebody threaten them? And how dare you all not take that to be important? Is it not important because it was an older Black female? It ought to be important to everybody. That's who you all are here to protect, those that cannot protect themselves. And I'm willing to stand on the line so y'all can keep threatening me, keep bringing me to these committees, keep auditing me, and I'm going to keep doing my job with excellence.
All right. No other further. No other questions.
Madam DA, would like to thank you for appearing today before the committee. Governor Barnes would like to do the same.
Good luck and God bless you all.
This meeting is
Happy holidays.
God damn, chat. Ah, I have a headache. All right. Did they cut the feed? They cut the feed. I don't know. Happy holidays. She said yesterday that Christmas was gonna come early. I guess it's here. Yeah, it did mean F you. It really meant F you. And where you came from. Oh, I know y'all have your opinions on it. Let me come to the poll, see how you think Fani did, because that is the conclusion of this. I am going to do a recap of the afternoon section after, because there's some good discussion that took place there. I mean, I don't like how she ended that, but we're going to talk about it. Let me come to you guys in the chat and see how you feel that she did. Right, there's still some time to vote. 1,600 votes in so far. Almost 3,000 of you guys watching. How is Fani doing in this hearing? It's pretty split. We have 15% saying that she's doing good, 15% saying that you needed to see more, 70% saying this is terrible. I mean, okay, let's talk about it. So we talked about the open records. I knew that that was coming because there was a case last year that was in front of the judge, and it was Ashley Merchant talking about access to the public and these records, right? I believe Ashley she was successful in that case. Now, Dexter Bond had testified in that case. It just seemed like they thought it was silly. We got some real numbers on the volume as far as how many people were sending in records requests. Now, here we go. So she kept pivoting back to the Attorney General's office and that they received $80 million. So after lunch, we went directly over to Senator Jones, who was giving her some softball questions, helping clean things up. And I did tell you guys that there was going to be a shift between the way that this main person, Greg, was asking questions compared to Senator Jones. So Senator Gregg passes the mic to Jones. They talk about the $80 million that the AG's office had. She flopped that binder open, was just like, in fact, let me tell you more. Let me tell you more about how much money they've been using. Why was that brought up? Why was it relevant? It's relevant because Senator Cowsert, who is not there, who should have, he's a majority leader, should have been conducting this. I wish he was there, but he had a health concern and he was not there today. I think it would have been different because a lot of this stonewalling and some of these, going overtly off, asking questions. And I feel bad for Greg. Greg was red. But he stayed calm. He remained calm and was willing to ask the questions to get an answer on the record, because that's the most important part. The transcription from this hearing is going to be a matter of public record as well. And the reason why these questions were asked, the purpose of this hearing is really for the legislators to create better laws when it comes to prosecutorial misconduct. She asserted a lot of her personal opinion in some of those things. And he did even play ball at one point, like, okay, well, if we were to change the laws, how would you like them to be changed? I'm going to get to that part in a second. The reason why she's brought up the AG's office is because Senator Cowsert is running for AG. So it's funny to me that all of those stats about how the AG's office spends money, when we're really here to talk about your situation and to make better laws. She came prepared with those stats. That's why there was we got back to it like 3 or 4 times. She would almost kind of rattle it off as if it was pre-planned. So I did notice that it was pre-planned there. She talked a lot about January 6th. So, the lives lost. Some of you guys were like, oh, there was a police officer, but he died of different reasons. She talked about the deaths in January 6th. I don't understand how that was quite relevant to finance laws at the issue here. So there was a lot about that. Black History Month, Juneteenth, things like that. Trump having, a day that was her birthday, that I don't know. There's all types of that part was a little odd to me. Now we go to the next section of this last afternoon section, and it was really understanding the grand jury versus the special purpose grand jury. This is actually really important, and in my opinion, it's probably the best part of the day because, okay, I was like, is it live? Are they back? No, this is just a full run back of the hearing. Now, here's the thing. There is a difference between how a regular grand jury works and how a special purpose grand jury works. They walked through that, and I do think Greg was successful in getting this on the record. Because when asked how many times Fani Willis in her career has ever decided to work with a special purpose grand jury, she said the magic number 1, right? Why? Because they do operate in different ways. I know this because you guys know we research cases every single day. Whenever I bring y'all a case, I'm pulling the legal documents myself. I'm looking at these things myself. I'm working with my team to script things myself. I want to make sure that things are accurate before we put it in front of you, right? Because that's what makes great content. If I'm doing a live stream, I want to make sure that we're pulling those legal documents and we're showing them to you. Recently, in the David case, completely unrelated, and it's not the David case, I really should say Celeste Rivas murder out in California, which we should get some indictments, I would say, this week or next, as far as suspects in that case. In California, in the David case, or sorry, Celeste, they had to work with a special purpose grand jury. A special purpose grand jury typically is when law enforcement and a DA's office are trying to subpoena people and you don't have people that are cooperating. And their purpose is to investigate. So if you really think about this Trump interference or election interference case, there were people that were not cooperating with Fani Willis's office. And she said that. She said that there are ways that you can get people to cooperate, but because they weren't cooperating with me, we had to go with a special purpose grand jury. When you need a grand jury to help you investigate, that means in most scenarios, you may not have enough to get an indictment the same way you would with a grand jury. It was one of the only times that Roy Barnes had a microphone in this hearing. Fani actually gave him the microphone. A few of you guys noticed that and picked up on it because this grand jury section was so important, right? Why was it the only time that you've ever done it in the aspect of your career? That's because she issued witness warrants and people were not showing up. She talked about some of the people that were ultimately indicted in that case, but they were all in other states, right? Now, she also talked about the process, and she was calm about this, and she's right and accurate in explaining it, is when you have an out-of-state person that could be potentially indicted, that person out of state has to work with a Georgia judge and a sitting judge in the state that they live in, okay? That's how you can get these people in. A letter is issued and a warrant ultimately is issued. So she had to go down the special purpose grand jury route, right? Very interesting stuff. But I think that that is a very important part of this. Now, she did talk about some factual things here. Not all felonies require an indictment. So we were talking about those different felonies. It started to go off the rails when she talked about this being a QAnon committee. When, you have a committee made up of Democrats and Republicans, but it's a QAnon committee, allegedly. So that there's that. Amanda Timpson comes up. Now, Amanda Timpson is the whistleblower from Fani Willis's office. She was not an attorney or a paralegal, but she functioned in a different capacity. And she had testified in front of this legislative committee last year in 2024. I watched that. I believe we covered it together, right? Now, when we covered that, Amanda talked about some misuse of federal funds. That's when Jim Jordan and the federal government were looking at that. Fani was very combative in this section, basically saying that, hey, we cleared an audit. What else do you want? It's a DOJ audit. We were talking about that during the lunch break, that the Department of Justice wanted to audit her office, and it seems to have come out clean, right? She also kind of downed Amanda Timpson here. I remember in law school taking HR law, and sometimes people, when it comes to whistleblowers, the reason why they're afraid to speak out is because of retaliation and different things that can happen. You know, we've seen it throughout the years in many different matters that are political in nature, and sometimes they're not. But this young lady did come out and spoke in front of this governmental body and spoke about what she saw. Now, Fani immediately says, hey, you know, she's had 5 cases against us and all of them have been dismissed. And, you know, like, please, you know, she came in here, she lied to you guys, she gave you false information. They were dismissed for a reason, you know, so these are serious things that she's saying about Amanda. Now, what's interesting about that part is there was a portion where she said, yeah, with grant money, sometimes it's not enough grant money. And there was an employee we hired with grant money, but I did buy her a computer. So it's like, all right, which one is it? Which one is it? Right? So we're seeing that. You know, that was interesting. I did jot that down as well. Next, Fani talked a lot about some of the programs that she would put together. One of them was an offender alumni program where $89,000 went towards that. Teletracks came. Oh, this was mean. She jabbed Greg when she was saying, if you guys want to be transparent and campaign financing, what about one of the companies that you've worked with that was stealing money from people? I believe it was called Teletracks. So Fani came out with that, and we were all like, whoa. It was a bit of a surprise because it didn't really have to do with the line of questioning, but it came out there. And you guys are catching up on the personal funds that were used to buy that laptop. So a little bit of commingling there, but interesting stuff. Then we get to this open record section. And for those that are watching in the future on the replay, as soon as I'm done with this stream, I'm actually going to cut it up to these sections so you can see the different topics that were discussed. And if you do want to replay it back, we will do that for y'all. So that way you can quickly get back there according to my notes. But this open record section, I mean, let me refresh to see what Ashley is saying, because she really came after Ashley here. I was really surprised by that. Wow. And like I said, Ashley had been working with Megyn Kelly today. I think she was going live somewhere around like 12 o'clock. So I don't even know if she even has seen this part yet. Yeah, she hasn't put anything new up on Twitter, but she did come after Ashley Merchant, alleging that Ashley was one of the people that was abusing this open records request with her office. Now, Fani touts numbers. So she went straight to, hey, we've cleared 92% of the open records that my office has received. So, you know, I'm guessing those numbers came from Dexter Bond, things of the like. So apparently in 2024, there were 1,600 open records requests from people all around the country. But it's almost a process of Fani's doing, because when she first got into the office, she said she wanted to make open records available to everyday people and did not want to put a dollar amount on it. But then in 2025, in January, she starts now charging for open records. And Ashley Merchant put this in front of a judge, and the judge, you know, it was found in Ashley's favor, right? She says Ashley was abusing it because Ashley herself had over 30 requests. So if we look at the percentage, right? So if you have 30 divided by 1,600, what is the percentage of what Ashley's records looked like versus everybody else? It's 1%. 1% of those records came from Ashley, but Ashley's abusing the process. And Fani decided to now start charging for open records requests. Now, Senator Gregg here did ask, okay, if we were to change some laws or develop some laws, what would you say is abuse versus non-abuse? What does that look like, right? Fani danced around the questions, all right? She wanted her narrative there. He did ask, like, okay, well, what did you do to change this in your office? Got a little combative, and she says, what I did to change it is I now have to take resources from other places, and I put 3 lawyers on open records requests when I shouldn't have to do that. But if you really think about it, you had in 2024 two RICO cases running at the same time. You had this election interference case, and you had Young Thug's YSL RICO case running at the same time. So you also had resources on these very long drawn out. And she did say, you know, that education RICO case she did was the longest in Georgia history. But I mean, look at the YSL case. What did we watch that for over 160 days? Did anybody get convicted, or did everybody get plea deals for Christmas? Speaking of Young Thug, congratulations to him and Mariah. They are officially engaged. Looks like it happened last night. So that was top of mind as well. But yeah, she has 3 lawyers on open records. Now it transitioned back to Senator Jones with the last word. Hey, you know, are there any other things that are important to this conversation? And she says, hey, my intention was people came to my jurisdiction, they broke the law, and I prosecuted them. That's what I did. Going back to this, it just kind of ended in a pretty ugly way. And I mean, I don't know, chat. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? It's just, you know, I just... as a person that went to law school that could have potentially looked up to, you know, pretty much every female attorney, I just think that there's a way to represent yourself, and there's a lot of passion and fiery energy there, which is fine. In fairness, like she said, I don't look at what happened with Marjorie Taylor Greene. When it happened to her, you know, she had to step away from things. When it's happening to me, nobody gave a shit. So like it seems to be a lot of anger, you know. But again, if this is for change in the state of Georgia and what things look like in the future, there's a way to do that, right? So this is crazy. Shout out to Keita G, who says Fani gives us Black female attorneys a bad rep. I mean, that's what. Keita knows because Keita's a lawyer. It takes a lot to get where you are. You know, from undergrad, law school, building your career in whatever profession or field of law you choose. You know, that's the only thing. That's my critique. Rome's a lawyer too. Rome says, as an attorney myself, it looks so bad on us. A lot of lawyers are chiming in. It just, oof. Let's come to some super chats and have some more discussion on it. But yeah, we got a lot to cut up. Me and my team gonna be busy this afternoon. Oh, Lord. It's so crazy. All right, let me see where I left off before the lunch break. I think we were here. James across the pond, I know he had to go, said Christopher Lloyd will play Roy in the movie. Yeah, Roy got that mic at some point, but they showed up. They did their thing. Nomenclature, been with me for a month, says Taz, take Miss Hughes out of timeout. I did it on accident. Okay, yes. Miss Hughes, if you're watching, it looks like the mods might have timed you out by accident. I did see that in the moment, but I was still trying to take notes and pay attention. So please know it was not intentional. And this is how great my mods are. Like they are trying to correct their mistakes. So if you're still watching, please know that that was not intentional and you should be good to go moving forward for any stream. These are usually temporary anyway. I think the max is like 24 hours, but that's okay. Plenty of more content coming around. So you should be good for the upcoming streams. Thank you, Nomenclature. Kevin, thank you so much, Kevin. Good to see you. Kevin drops a 2. No comment, no question, pure love. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin also says, did you take the bar exam? No, actually, Kevin. I decided not to. I do YouTube full-time, legal content commentator. So, although I have the training to practice law and do all that, I actually really enjoy this work as well. It doesn't really make sense either, because even after you pass the bar exam and you get all of that, the other thing is you have to pay bar dues. I think it would be depending on, because I was going to go down the corporate law route, so kind of similar to what Kita G does for banking. So I was going to be in that space, but I really just started enjoying YouTube. And then, a friend of mine, we're talking about actually creating a company to help people pass the LSAT. So, these are, entrepreneur endeavors that I'm enjoying a little bit more. So that's why I decided to change career paths and stick on the platform. And I really enjoy educating you guys about the law a little bit more than I would be in the courtroom. So that is what your girl is up to. But thank you for the question. Shout out to James, again, across the pond, said 750 grand while Wade, the Midnight Cowboy. Yeah, well, see, that's the other thing. Nathan Wade, I wonder if he's on site. I'm still not hearing anything from my correspondent there. But Nathan Wade, I wonder if he showed up as supporting in the audience, but we did not see him. And we did see the transcript from when he went to Congress. Like, they did show that on the big screen, so we were able to see that. But surprisingly, no Nathan Wade on the screen today. Nurse Janice across the pond as well, been with me for 19 months, says sending love and happy halls, happy Christmas. Whatever holiday you guys celebrate. Hope you guys are all having a great holiday season. Jamie with the 2 says, would there be a transcript for this hearing? Absolutely. There is definitely a transcript for this hearing. Any congressional hearing really in your local state, or if you're looking at something on the federal level, these are matters of public record. And they use it to go back in time and look at things. Around the hearings in 2024, when Fani Willis kind of acted this way before, I did see a few bar complaints against her. And whether those were acted upon, I'm not quite sure. I know that there were a few, and some of the quotations and things that she actually said were taken from these transcripts and included in those bar complaints. So there would absolutely be a transcript of this hearing. Shout out to Charles, who's in South Africa, says, watching from South Africa, this DA is an absolute, the race thing came up a lot. And here's the thing, is she wrong, or is she doing it in the wrong way, right? There's a method in which you can get a point across, and we know Fani knows that. She's been practicing law for a long time. We know Fani knows that. But I do think that if you show up with anger, it could come across the wrong way. Poor Greg was just red. Like, it was bad, So thank you so much. Watching from South Africa, we got a lot of people. We're international today. A lot of people watching across the globe for this really interesting hearing. This is the first time Fani Willis has shown up in front of a governmental body in over a year since the hearings and the disqualification and ultimately the Trump case being quashed. Shout out to Anna also across the pond, says, thanks, AV. We appreciate you. I appreciate you, Anna, and everybody that tuned in this afternoon. Important stuff here. And even if you're not in Georgia and you're in other states, citizens should be more engaged in the political process and seeing how hearings like this transpire. This one was super fiery, but I knew I couldn't look away. We were 5 minutes in and she was already popping off. She was just like, that's a bullshit. What did she say? That's a dumbass question. The DA said that. That's a dumbass question. And like, you're already starting off disrespectful. So you can't do that in court. And that's the other thing. Like, I feel like they did kind of sun him. They sunned Greg in a way because, they came at the fact that Greg's not an attorney. Like, you're not a lawyer, so you might not know. Like, it was crazy. I couldn't believe she said that to him. And he's the one that's kind of controlling the meeting. It was really disrespectful, but thank you, Anna. Shout out to King Leo. Just a love. No comment, no question. Thank you, Leo. I appreciate your super chat. Charles back from across the pond, or across the pond, from the continent, says, please investigate how Fani's father got deported from South Africa as a Black academic. This is impossible. Well, we're going to take that down maybe as a follow-up video. I did not know that Fani's father was deported from South Africa. So we'll look into that. I know he had a role along with 2 Chainz in the first hearings. And that was, you know, her father talking about cash and how Fani Willis had a lot of cash. She would keep cash in the house, and the way she would get this cash is going to the grocery store or Publix and asking for cash back. That's like if we go to Stop and Shop or whatever, and we go to the store and we ask for cash back. Apparently this cash became, it got accumulated and was held in the house, and that it was normal and it was a Black thing. The cash was everywhere. And she was also paying Nathan Wade for some of these trips and things in cash. I did think that they were going to press her a little bit harder on the Nathan Wade thing, but it seems like they wanted to steer the conversation and keep it directly in line with how the office was maintained and how things were signed off and approved, and you know, the GLs, so to speak, were maintained in the office. So they didn't go further into the whole Nathan Wade thing. And then when it did come time for Nathan questions, she absolutely did want to avoid them, it seems, because that's really where she would take control of the conversation and steer it somewhere else, right? Like where she's just like, oh, you want to go left? We're going right. Okay. Oh, you want to go up? We're going down. You want to go over here? We're going over there. Right. So, you know, I did anticipate that because these are some of the behaviors that we did see in the first round of hearings in 2024 as well. So I'll look into that, Charles. Thank you. He also says no Capitol Police was killed on J6. Yeah. So, you know, I want to know myself, who were the victims in the January 6th riots? Let's see what we have. The victims, Ashley Babbitt was a 35-year-old Air Force veteran who was fatally shot by U.S. Capitol Police officer. All right, so that's Ashley, that's one. Kevin Greason was a 55-year-old man who died of a heart attack. Benjamin Phillips was a 50-year-old computer programmer. Roseanne Boylan was a 34-year-old woman who died from acute amphetamine intoxication. On the days and weeks following, this is probably what she's talking about, Officer Brian Sicknick was a 42-year-old U.S. Capitol Police officer who was assaulted by rioters with chemical spray. He collapsed later that evening and died the next day on January 7th from 2 strokes. Officer Jeffrey Smith, an officer from the Metropolitan Police Department who died by self-deletion after the attack. I don't know. Officer Ligenbud was a U.S. Capitol Police officer who died by, oh my gosh, another self-deletion 4 days after the riot. Officer Hashida was an MPD officer, same thing, who died after in July of 21. And same thing, another Officer D. Freytag was found in July of 21 also. So you have 4 self-deletions after the riot. So, okay, I see what y'all were saying, chat. Like, okay, in the day of. The self-deletions are interesting. But it does say that approximately 140 officers from various agencies were injured during the attack. Many others were traumatized by the violence. The 2 strokes, though, I see, like, she's talking about 5 people, but I just had to know that for myself. The self-deletions, it's weird, right? Interesting. But thank you, Charles, for the clarification. Shout out to Philip with the 10. I haven't seen you in a long time. Philip says, just minding my own business. And what do I see here? The Fani show is back. Please bring her on, Daddy. He was spectacular. Oh, please bring on her daddy. He was spectacular. He was. It's just cash. It's a black thing. That's what he was saying. But yeah, I don't know if there's any record of the dad being there to support, but interesting stuff. Thank you, Philip, and I hope you're doing well. Stephen looks like he's from Australia with $1. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate you. He's back with another 2. I think he was testing it to make sure it works. Thank you so much, Stephen. Hope you're having a wonderful, what is today, Wednesday? And what time is it in Australia? It is late. Kiana, been with me forever. 20 months, says she said yesterday her office was fully staffed. And now there's not enough resources. See, that's the thing. There's always some shenanigans as we talk about this. Coming over to the next one. Ooh, hold on, a little slow here. EAG with the 2 says, AV, thank you for streaming this train wreck. Yeah, I couldn't miss it. Now I got a lot to edit, but I could not miss this. It was crazy. Shout out to DW. Hits me with the 5, says, Fanny's Merry Christmas is like your ex saying, bless you. When you know, you know. Yeah, sometimes exes, we do that. We just, I'm happy for you. Do you mean it? Do you really mean it? So yeah, she's just like, have a great Christmas. Happy holidays. She was out. It was so weird how that ended. But thank you, DW. Shout out to Anna, has been with me for 11 months, says Fani is the queen of deflection. For real, for real. I mean, you can't deny that. Like, look at it. She is able, if somebody asks her question, instead of saying yes or no, she started talking about something else. And then Roy kind of helped when he was just like, allow her to answer the question. She's like, I'm going to keep answering my question. And then, or answering the question. And then she would take you down another path. She's just like, oh, no, we're going this way. We're going to Nathan's house. All right. We're going to Nathan's house. We're not staying over here. We're going this way. All right. So, yeah, I've never seen deflection like that, but she's pretty skilled at it. Fani hits me with a 2, says happy holidays with the nails. That's a funny super chat. Yeah. And then look, it's like a middle finger and a devil face. Oh my God. You can't make this stuff up. You really can. Thank you so much, Fani, for the super chat. Koja with the 2 says we need more Fannies, and that's the thing. There's a lot of Fani supporters were in chat today. I haven't seen that in a really long time, but there are people that really stand by her. And she did say it towards the end. Like again, she was talking a lot about her stats, but the people in Fulton County did reelect her. I lived there and did vote in that race. Unfortunately, I did not vote for her, and the reason why is because it's something personal. When I lived in Fulton County, I lived in Buckhead. And, my house was broken into, and I was still working in corporate America at the time and doing YouTube part-time, but I had talked to coworkers and, I had just moved down there from the north. And I realized that so many of my coworkers had break-ins all the time. And this is around the time, especially if you guys live in Atlanta, you know what I'm talking about. There was a point in time where there was a parking deck at an apartment complex. And these young YNs busted open the windows. It was like 100 cars. And everybody's like, think about what that looks like just as far as an insurance liability. Hundreds of cars while these young men were breaking into cars and stealing things. They were stealing guns. They were stealing all types of stuff, right? That was around the time I moved down there. And I think I had lived down there for 4 months before my place got broken into. Of course, we got ADT and all of that, and, up the defenses, the condo association, everybody was talking about break-ins, packages being stolen around Christmas. It was crazy. That's when it happened to me. But it was young YNs, because you can tell, I wasn't home. I had went to the airport to pick up a family member for the holidays, drop them off. It was somewhere around the holidays. But the person had taken name brand items. They took my YSL shoes. They took my YSL sneakers. They took my YSL bag, Dior sneakers, Dior purses, just took fashion items. Meanwhile, you have this big YouTube studio with all types of electronics and TVs and things. And I couldn't understand it. I was just like, number one, how'd y'all get in? Was it a Target? I was pretty disappointed because I called the police. Filed a police report. Police officer came down and was just like, okay, you can pick up your report. I said, that's it? Are we not going to do anything else? to fight crime? Like, that's it? Never heard from them again. So as a person that has been impacted by crime in Atlanta, and then to see that these crime numbers are lower, and granted, it could have been worse over the years. I know it was, but for that to happen in Buckhead and for no follow-up, and granted, it's a small petty crime, but that person stole like $6,000 of my stuff. And I lived by myself. So, as a young woman, I was pretty scared and shaken up. So, no offense to Fani, but y'all could tighten up a little bit. I'm just saying, like, we could tighten up. But yeah, no, I remember talking to a bunch of coworkers at that time. And like, it was like we were at lunch and it was like 6 people. And 5 people at the table had experienced a break-in. and they were just talking about it like it was just whatever. And I was like, is it normal to have robberies, home invasions? Man, so crazy. So anyway, I see the passion, but that's why she didn't get my vote, unfortunately. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm with the 5, says that's a lot of people sending themselves into the self-checkout line. So sad. That's a lot of people sending themselves into the self-checkout. Oh, you're talking about the J6 people. It's a lot. It was a very odd pattern, right? Isn't it? International Quiet Storm. I'm like, wow, that is strange that, those are 4 or 5 people that happened to, but honestly, it happened leading like afterward, so it's a very odd pattern. Some of y'all have some, shout out to that happily angry lawyer who's popping in, says my beef with Fani Willis has more to do with illegal sentences and obvious flaws in indictments. Shout out to all the attorneys, and happily angry lawyer is a content creator. I think he works closely with Katna Williams, and I've seen you on Twitter before, but he says it's more about illegal sentences and obvious flaws in indictments. Yeah, I know you were covering the Moontuk thing, and even what happened with Moontuk, who was a part of YSL, like that was sad to watch. There's a bunch of things going on. Y'all like free Moontuk, but man, I'm telling y'all, this is going to be all over the internet today, all over the news. It's going to be the topic of discussion, but I really do think it's going to be as far as the decorum, the representation, how the questions were answered. This was long awaited. Fani has not appeared in front of this government body since those hearings, right? And even the hearings were a shit show. They were an absolute shit show. Oh, don't even get me started on Lenox Mall. Oh my God, Lenox Mall. Lenox is an interesting place. And now they got all those weird parking lot things going on. Like you could barely find parking unless you valet. Like it's so crazy. You got to go to the deck in the back. But Janet, this is a good question. Janet says, why do all Black women have to be angry? That's the other thing. And that's why it's like, there's a line with this, right? Because people say, Black women generally are angry, right? But when we turn up in hearings like this, it kind of feeds that narrative. That's why it's like, Fani, come on, Fani, don't do it. Don't do it. But, and that's what's going to happen. It's going to be all over the evening news. Clips of this are going to be clipped to hell. And I can tell you as a content creator, my team's probably already clipping right now. All right. Because it should be a recap. Like if you could not sit here for the 4.5 hours that all of us have watched this hearing, you just want to see the 10-minute version, it's going to get clipped. It's going to get clipped out of context. And that's why it's like, you got to approach these situations in a calm way sometime, because what is the purpose? The purpose is they're trying to create better laws, right? However, her purpose is, let me tell y'all about what actually happened behind the scenes. Even the whole thing with Amanda having the 5 lawsuits dropped, that's a fact that I don't think a lot of people knew. The open records, the 92% of them actually clearing it. That's a good fact. The whole teletracks where she came at Greg and said, what about the people financing your campaign? But there's a better way to say that. There's a better way to introduce the information. But again, I mean, let's poll y'all, because there's still 1,700 of you guys in here. And let me, at first, I gave you 3 options. Now I want your final option, court of public opinion. 2,000 votes. I said, how is Fani doing so far? 16% of you said she's doing good. 14% of you said need to see more. 70% of you said this is terrible. Now, for the people that were in the middle, I will repoll you and I will give you 2 options. How did she do? Answer is going to be good. Answer is going to be terrible. All right. And how did she do? Good or terrible? Hold up. We have a brand new poll up because now I really want to get an understanding of what y'all think. Okay. There's people already voting. So far, it's leaning more towards terrible. Oh my God. It's leaning 80% terrible. Okay. Almost 100 votes. Y'all are going in. You're leaning towards terrible. And then again, these polls are so good just to see how the general sentiment is, right? And guess what? In my polls, it's nothing to do with race. You could be a cat and vote. I don't care. Just vote. You could be an alien and vote. Just vote. I don't care what you look like. But yeah, so far almost 200, and it's leaning. It's at 88%. Terrible. 88%. So again, I know we have some people in here that are Fani supporters, but if the 2,000 people in here are leaning more towards terrible, what do you think the rest of the world is going to look at? You know? So what's next? Now we know that this case is finally closed, right? She's off the Trump RICO case. It is moot, right? The other Supreme Court stuff is now moot because the whole fighting about subpoenas, she actually showed up. So she honored one of those subpoenas by showing up. Now, the other thing that's going on in Atlanta right now is there's a new RICO case. You want to know what it is? There was a man who, around the pandemic, was doing veneers for people. The teeth doctor. Turns out he wasn't licensed to do it. So Fani's bringing a RICO against him. And why am I not surprised? This would be what, the 3rd RICO in the span of 2 years? Yeah, nomenclature. There is a man out in Atlanta who was doing, what is his name? Let's say veneer RICO case. Atlanta's top veneer is not licensed. Here we go. Let's go in. I'm gonna show y'all this before we end. Atlanta's top veneer specialist was not a licensed dentist. Imagine somebody all up in your mouth and they're not licensed to be in there. That's what she said. A Fulton County grand jury indicted a man accused of making millions by performing cosmetic dental procedures without a license. Now, what did Fani tell us in this hearing? Fani says that, hey, I do grand juries, and I have 2 of them. I have an A grand jury and a B grand jury. Since I'm the most senior person in the office, I'm personally doing them. So you know Fani has a hand in this. Okay. It looks like they first reported on Brandon Diller's arrest on August 3rd of 2024 as investigators raided the Atlanta offices of A-List Smiles Atlanta. Oh my God. Dillard has called himself Atlanta's top veneer specialist, but his criminal arrest warrants say that he is not a licensed dentist and has been illegally performing veneer procedures. According to Fulton County court records, a grand jury indicted him on November 21st. So this just happened, guys, probably 3 weeks ago. The indictment lists 113 counts against Dillard. 1 count of violation by the Georgia RICO Act. 54 counts of theft by deception. 24 counts of practice of dentistry without a license and 2 counts of practice of medicine without a license. 21 counts of battery, 6 counts of possession of dangerous drugs, 1 count of theft by taking, 1 count of commercial gambling, 1 count of conspiracy to commit insurance fraud, 1 count of conspiracy to defraud political subdivision of the state. Wait, what? What? 1 solicitation to commit a felony. The charges go back to procedures starting in 2021 and as recently as 2024. Channel 2 Action News previously reported that Dillard was sent a cease and desist by the state dental board at the beginning of 2024, but he continued performing the veneer procedures. Gray spoke with a woman who paid $3,000 for partial veneers. Christy Brown planned to go back and have more teeth done, but she said her dentist ultimately noticed something was wrong and she went in for a regular cleaning. He kept asking, who did this to you? Who did this? You got to be more careful. Did he have a dentist certificate? I was like, I don't remember seeing any of that, but I should have known that. Prosecutors have alleged that Dillard has made more than $4 million by charging thousands of dollars, not just for veneers, but also to train others to be veneer specialists for technicians. He's never been a dentist, and as much as he may want to play one on Instagram, God, is more Instagram. He is not one. The Fulton County Deputy District Attorney Will Wooten said, veneer specialists and technicians do not legally exist in Georgia. Only a licensed dentist can legally perform the veneer procedures Dillard has been offering in Georgia. His arraignment hearing has been scheduled for January. Hold on. I hope he's in jail because his hearing is scheduled for January. We might have to catch that one, guys. But it is another RICO. And this time, it's not drugs, racketeering. It's slanging teeth. Okay, call Donna Adelson. We need to call the Adelsons. RICO is back in Georgia, and this time, RICO is being used to slang teeth. All right? Now, is this man a criminal mastermind? I mean, granted, it is fraudulent activity. It is. But he's slanging dentures. He's slanging teeth. He's doing partial veneers. Crazy work. Crazy work. Y'all are laughing at slanging teeth. I had to say it. Sometimes these things just come to my, oh, that should be merch. Do y'all want slanging teeth merch? With the little bites. What is that? That like, you know, that teeth toy that goes like this. Slanging teeth. We should definitely do that. All right, here's what's next, guys, because it is busy. I need to get to work and start cutting this up. So if y'all miss certain parts, I will do like the best moments of the day and make a 10 to 15 minute video for you. Also, what we have in the can is if you have been keeping up with all the things Diddy and 50 Cent, I have my reaction to The Reckoning. Chatterteeth, thank you. I have my reaction to Reckoning episode 3. If you want to catch up, you want something else to watch, I have a nice video for The Reckoning episode 1, The Reckoning episode 2, and then I even went into Clayton, who said that Cassie was not a victim. That's a 3-hour stream. We did that last Friday, so that's what's coming up. Tomorrow, we have the Courtney Clenny hearing. If you've been following that case, that is the OnlyFans girl she's a white woman who threw a knife at her Black boyfriend. It hit a vital artery, and he died. They did not lock this woman up for 4 months. She is finally standing trial after 3 years, but tomorrow is one of her last pretrial hearings. So we will be tuning into that one. Her case is, I believe, January is when we're going to get started, but that one is pretty big. Also, I don't know if the jury came back because we've been busy with this. The BBL chick, the 20-year-old that left her children in the car while she was getting a BBL. We watched those closing arguments yesterday. The jury should still be out on that one. I'm not sure if they found a verdict yet, but that verdict should be coming in today. I don't foresee it going in tomorrow, but we have that one as well. We are going to do a YNW rewatch. So the Melly case, I did not see the full first trial. He is going to trial in January on a separate charge. It's going to be witness tampering. Apparently he was putting together notes or whatever, getting it out on the outside, writing the notes kicking it down the jail hallway. It eventually got to the right person, and phone calls were made for witness tampering in his first trial. So that means we have to watch the first trial. First trial happened, I believe, in 2023. I did not catch it because I was in the process of moving. So we will be watching that one as well. There's just so much going on, but we will see what the legal industry is keeping before we go to the holidays. And then again, the I'm a PhD. That trial, she's supposed to be sentenced today. I haven't seen anything on it yet. So Latasha is out in Tennessee. She should be receiving her sentencing as well. And then the only other thing I can think of is Brian Walsh, but I'm up here. I haven't covered that case. So it is crazy. Anywho, I am going to get up on out of here. I want to thank everybody that hung out with us today. This has been one of the largest streams we've had in a while. You know, I think we did Julio. There's like 6,000 people in here. I always like working with a big crowd because of the polls and the fun stuff. Where are we with the poll? 86% of you guys say that Fani did terrible. 14% of you say that she did good. If you're watching this on replay, again, we'll cut in the chapters. And yeah, somebody said, tell me why I had to Google what's a BBL. It's a Brazilian butt lift. A woman was getting a butt lift while her children were cooking in the car. And that sounds awful. But like 1 and 2 year old, she left them with a baby, each with a baby bottle, and then a fruit roll up. You know, they're 1 and 2. You think these kids, they don't know where their nose is. You think they knew how to open it? She was in there getting a BBL for 2.5 hours while her children were in the car. Deplorable, right? But the verdict is coming out on that one, hopefully today. Anyway, I love you guys. If I don't see you, have a wonderful holiday season. If not, we will see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.